What a finish! What a man!
The drum roll finishes, and the target is
and it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout.
Dirty Harrison! Van Velzen!
Yorkshire rip it. It's Kurt Parry who's looking to race into a 1-0 lead as he finds the bullseye and he finds the 1-2-1. And everybody has a big moment in this Group A.
This does. That is incredible from Lankhuizen.
To back. 12 dark legs. You beauty.
John of third leg, Mark McGeeney.
Let's go back to the days, down memory lane. Back to the times when our life was a breeze. Feel the freedom again, my mind was at ease. The sky was so blue when we rolled down the street.
Hello darts fans and welcome back to the Modus Super Series. I'm the asset Paul Nicholson and it is going to be day 4 coming your way over the next quite a few hours because we've got a double session for you today and tomorrow, but we need to crack on with Group C this afternoon and we are going to do so in the company of Primetime Matthew Edgar. Welcome back, Matt. Great to have you with us. Group A over the last 3 days, it was very unpredictable. If you were brave enough to pick a winner after the first 3 rounds on Monday, you may have got it wrong because our friend Jamai van den Herik, he lost his first 3 games but still won the group somehow.
a story we've heard before, actually, as well. It was David Evans in the last series who lost his first 3 games, then won his next 12, won Group A, came back and won the week. So if we're going to follow that kind of story, it sets a good line here for Jamie. And, it's a really good sort of time for him to do this as well and show those sort of qualities and key within his game, because what we've seen from him so far and the places he's playing his darts around the world right now, I think we needed to see a bit of adversity in front of him, and to see him come through so strong is a very, very good sign.
Well, let's have a look at the table and see how he did it, because in the end it was quite tight. He had a perfect day on Tuesday, put himself into position. Sam Spivey really put in a spurt towards the end, but just left himself with a little bit too much to do. And Jamai's last game, it provided us with the performance of the week, beating Kurt Parry by 4 legs to 0, averaging 103.66, Matt, and setting a new personal best.
That's fantastic, isn't it? In that sort of circumstances, like we said, we need to see him under pressure. We need to see him in adversity, to see what's truly underneath. And he really did show himself in a good light there. Real tight group to come through. 20 points. We'd normally expect a little bit more from the Group A winner, which kind of goes to show now what Group B and today Group C is going to be facing with the quality that will be dropping in.
Kurt Parry will headline this group because he played some very decent darts at times this week. But he's going to be very displeased with the way things have panned out, getting 4th position. But that's not him out of the week, is it? Because plenty of people have finished 4th in Group A and succeeded.
And he'll fancy his chances here in this Group C campaign. You mentioned the way he's been playing here, the way he played on International Pairs Week as well. He's been really settling down now into how he's been getting on here at the Super Series. And we're sort of seeing him now develop. I think when you look at Kurt Parry as a player, he drew the eye and then sort of levelled off, sort of stagnated a little bit. And there's something different about him right now. Certainly the last couple of times I've seen him, he's playing with a confidence, trying to play with a bit of an aura. And I think he's going to come in here and try and boss this group.
Somebody else who draws the eye every time he comes here is Mark McGeeney, because we always talk about his greatest achievement of nearly becoming world champion. But what are we expecting from Mark this week? Because the last time he was here, he finished 5th in Group B. Is he still rebuilding?
He is, and I can tell you this for a fact, actually, because he now lives about 2 miles away from my house. And there's a local leagues in our area. There's now a individuals league in Daventry at the football club, and he's spending a lot of time there. He goes there every single week. He's playing 3-4 games a night, and you know he's not living the life of a professional player anymore. He is working alongside things, but he's making sure he gets out to places where he's getting lots of games. That is very important. A lot of the time, when you become a little bit more local, you end up finding you spend your evening watching other people play darts more than you're playing darts yourself. He's found the right leagues, he's found the right places where he's able to get out and get lots and lots of darts, lots and lots of reps. So I think he's going to be primed and ready for this, and I think he could be a bit of an outsider.
Well, Mark's going to have 10 games over the next couple of days. Let's see what he can do with them, and let's see what the odds state his chances at. Well, he's fourth favourite to win this group at 6-1. Martin Turner just a little bit shorter after he finished fifth eventually in Group A. David Sharp, 4-1. Almost an unknown quantity, but does come here with a reputation. Is that why he's second favourite, Matt?
It is, and he's been doing well on the Challenge Tour as well, but we've been casting our eye over him today, and there's going to be some interesting conversations when we watch David Sharp, because the first thing straight away is a very interesting stance and technique that we'll pick apart, I'm sure, throughout this Group C. But certainly in regards to numbers, is going to be dangerous. I think Martin Turner's numbers have looked dangerous. I'm a fan of Mark McGeeney here in this group. I wouldn't be happy at those odds on Kurt Parry. I think that's very, very tight.
We are going to see Mark McGeeney in our first game, and he's going to be up against Kevin Lankhuizen of Belgium. But before we get into that first game, we do have some news for you here at the Modus Super Series, because this live lounge that has hosted this competition for the last 2.5 to nearly 3 years is about to host something else. So there you have it, the Champion of Champions event. It will be here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth on the 29th of June. That is this month. It is just a shade over 3 weeks away, and you can see those players, including the new World Senior Champion, Ross Montgomery. So there you have it. That is for another time. As for now, it's about welcoming Gladiator back to the Live Lounge here on the South Coast, up against someone who's playing his 4th consecutive day, but this time it's just a little bit later on. He starts at 1 o'clock instead of 9:30 in the morning. Kevin Lankhuizen eventually found himself in the basement of the table in Group A, and by virtue of that, he gets the first game and he gets the last game of the session. But first, he's up against the former world finalist at Lakeside, Mark McGeeney, hometown of Stockport, but living in the Midlands, like Matt has just said. Kevin from Hochstraten, easy for me to say it, and this is his debut. Can he use it to best effect over the next couple of days to get to the Saturday night on debut, just like Jamai van den Herik has? We're not going to see him for a couple of days, but we are going to see these guys for a couple of days, including our referee, Jack Garwood, who will be the sheriff on the stage. As far as the odds are concerned,
First
Matt,
leg, it's Mark to throw first.
really interesting to see that McGeeney is 4th favourite. Just how well prepared is he for this challenge?
See, I thought it'd be a little bit tighter for Mark McGeeney. I thought we'd be looking 2-1, 5-2.
140.
He's been preparing well. He's been getting himself ready for this. I've had a good couple of chats with him in recent times, and he still thinks that there's more years ahead for him.
96.
He was having a conversation with his partner that was watching the darts, and she said to him, "Do you think you could do that?" And he goes, "If I apply myself, if I practice, if I do the right things, yeah, I reckon I could
96.
get up there and play to that level." And I guess with those words, he set himself a challenge that he needs to get back to his best. Would love another crack at the Pro
82.
Tour. And from what I've seen and from what I've heard, he's playing up to that sort of standard.
Well, Matt, interestingly this morning when he was having his
57.
first warm-up darts on the stage, because every player has that right when they come back to the venue, whether it's a morning, afternoon or evening session.
96.
Mark was using different darts to these when he was warming up. So maybe he's trying to figure out which equipment to use.
100.
Or is there something else afoot here? Does he have a practice set? And this is a game set?
I think we're going to see that sort of thing happening a lot more as well.
57.
People
Mark, you
tinkering
require
between weights
108.
as well as they're sort of getting ready for the games. But it's a good start, this from McGeeney. 12 darts thrown down to a finish. He'll be happy enough with that. Doesn't like the lie there. Shuffling around the hockey a little bit, trying to force it past.
100. Kevin, you require 170.
That was a rather crafty dart. I'm not really sure how he got that in.
He does have that flat angle of entry, doesn't he? But he has a very, very
57.
high
Mark, you
release.
require 8.
This is a pretty high double.
Gabe
And he
shot on the
finds it
first leg.
immediately.
Mark
That is a
McGeeney.
really good start. 16 darter, right on cue, and he does look very good.
Second leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game
And
on.
without talking about Mark too much ahead of Kevin, who has had a pretty decent start to his Super Series career this week,
57.
I don't think we should ever question the endurance aspect with McGeeney, because when you've won the Dutch Open twice, you can go all day.
140.
Well, to win the Dutch Open, you have to go all day twice. This year, 5,000 entries, I believe it was this year. The largest Open in the world.
78.
That puts something into perspective, doesn't it? If you go to a tournament that has 250 people at it, the Dutch Open will have 20 times as many.
140.
Yeah, very, very busy event. They've even got a party tent outside.
Well, Matt, this is the face of surprise. It is the Netherlands.
100.
I've been told about this tent by Messrs. Van Dijvenbode and Maya.
And you'll probably not be surprised to know that some
60.
players are in it in between matches. But then again, you do get a good 3 to 4 hour break sometimes between games.
Well, that'll be Barry Van Peer for sure. He loves a good boogie in between games.
96. Mark, you require
Oh,
161.
this is for a 2-0 lead. It would be something. In fact, it would be the biggest finish of the week. That is currently held by Scott Campbell at 150.
137.
That was on
Kevin, you
Tuesday.
require 170.
Kevin's under big pressure already because McGeeney looks
6.
in super nick
Mark,
here.
you require 24.
Double 12 after 12.
No score.
Well, if you're going to miss it, you might as well
Kevin,
bust
you
it.
require 110.
Yeah, he gets to go back to the double 12. That is, provided Kevin cannot take out the 110.
He's not going to. So this is an opportunity to
54.
put
Mark, you
right
require
what went
24.
wrong in the previous turn. A bit of a change in the body position for this double six. And he
Gabe
gets
shot
it
on the
right this
second
time.
leg. Mark McGeeney.
2-0 McGeeney. He has dominated this game, making sure that
Third leg,
Lankhuizen
it's
doesn't get a
Mark
dart
to
at a
throw
double
first.
at
Game
his
on.
halfway point.
I think that was a very, very important last start, that, for Mark McGeeney. Not for the context of this game, but the context of his mindset. Because we know he's not been playing much high-level darts in
100.
regards to things like Challenge Tour events, Super Series events. He's been playing that more localised. Now, when he's been playing locally, he's been playing very, very
55.
good. But there's a difference between playing at the Daventry Town Football Club on the upper floor as to playing on stage at the Super Series. And he will know that as well. He will know that this is a very different sort
58.
of kettle of fish. And if you start missing, it can very quickly catch up with you where you sort of separate the two and you struggle to play with the level. But as someone who's
55.
played at the level McGeeney has, I'm surprised to see him make that mistake, staying on the 19s. leaving the 3-4-3. I keep going on about it, but I'm going to keep going on till people cotton on about it.
64.
Permission to join the party because myself, yourself, Chris Mason, all of the top analysts within the game are cottoning
44.
onto this, but it's been happening for good 2-3 years now. Because the standard has gone up over the last few years, thanks to Mr. Littler and Mr. Humphreys.
32.
If you're in a mid-300 position after 6 darts, you might have to take that out in 6, and you can't take 3-4-3 out. So give yourself the
57.
best chance of a 4-visit leg or even a 5-visit leg by making sure that your position can leave a finish if you find a maximum.
And the math is very simple. If you hit only one treble 20,
100.
you cannot use the 19s as the solo cover. It has to be 17s or 19s switching over to 18s with dart 3. If you get more than one
56.
treble
Mark,
20,
you
it
require
doesn't come into equation.
147.
Correct. This is really good from
131.
McGeeney. It's more than good enough at this point. He's not being pushed. But internally, he'll be pushing himself to make sure he gets this
43.
3-0 advantage.
Mark, you require 16.
And right now, you just feel like he's going to be enjoying the game, enjoying his time on the stage. Maybe the ideal match. A quick look over to the scoreboard. He'll be happy
score.
knowing that he will return should he miss, which he does. But that will be the only concern right now for Mark McGeeney, that it's just taking him a couple of visits to get these solo dart finishes.
59. Mark, you require 16.
Every shot was missed low and left last time. That is a beautiful use of his own marker. I wasn't even 100% that it was a marker, but did you see the way he just nudged
Full
it out of the
flag,
way
it's
to
Kevin
take that
to the
3-0 lead?
reversed.
That was
Game on.
masterful from McGeeney. Well, Matt, welcome to the world of Kevin Lankhuizen, who will not throw the same 3 flights in every game he plays. But what he will do is give us our first 180 of the day.
It's really interesting as well, because most people who play with different coloured flights or stems
100.
normally have some form of order. They will throw it in a certain order, or they'll arrange it in a certain order in their hand. And what that is just to task the conscious brain
29.
and give it something to do. Well, I don't see any of that happening here. It's just, I'm going to throw with these because I like the colour.
He hasn't used red until today. He's been using white, black, and yellow.
60.
Some games, 2 black, 1 yellow. Some games, 1 black, 2 white. Obviously,
121.
variety is the spice of life to him.
I suppose it looks different on the eye when they're in the board. You know, sometimes you'll change the colour of your flights and it just feels different, even though everything is still the same.
100.
We don't wear the same colour clothes every day. Well, unless your name is Simon Cowell, he wears a black T-shirt every day.
131.
I would. It just depends what's on offer at the time.
There's pressure on this tops now. It's been a much better leg from the Belgian.
No score.
He might pay for that now. McGeeney
101.
has a high finish in this game of 24. Can he leave 24? That was the question.
84.
He's left himself
Kevin, you
on
require
17.
40.
With Kevin on 2nd down and 40. That's just about
Action on the full
complete.
flag, Kevin Lankhuizen.
That was probably in his own mind when he let it go. Was it in double 15? But it just clung
Fifth
on
flag, it's marked
to
the
keep him in this
reverse.
first match of the day.
Game on.
It was interesting as well, because those darts at double, to my naked eye, appear to be landing in at a very different angle. They seem to be landing a bit more upright. which just suggests that throwing them very differently, throwing them early, trying to get the dart out the hand quicker,
57.
signalling potentially a little bit of panic. And if he wasn't panicking before, he should be now.
That angle that we just had of McGeeney from behind looking at the board was really interesting, because when you look at his
58.
stance, and we'll survey this a little bit more later on, he actually sits into the right hip, doesn't he? Placing more pressure on the right hip, the
81.
right knee, and potentially the right ankle. Look at this. He sits into the hip, and that gives him his form of stability.
59.
Dart's position isn't necessarily standing up straight or maybe being on your tiptoes in some people's case. We'll get into that a little bit later. But McGeeney's always had this
97.
likelihood of sitting into the right hip.
But look, doesn't angle the shoulders. As he sits in, the shoulders still level. Not getting that clavicle bone angling down to the floor.
54.
Yeah, if he did that, he's going to start throwing upwards, which would engage the shoulder. So whether Mark knows that or not,
99. Mark, you require 150.
we don't know. But what we do know is that 150 is for the match.
Well, maybe he does. I know he used to do a bit of martial arts as well, which would help give him an understanding of the body.
67. Kevin, you
I can
require
tell you a really good story about that
167.
later on in the day as well.
We'll look forward to that. McGeeney hasn't had a dart for the match yet.
32.
From this number,
Mark, you require 83.
it's likely. Is it outer ring or bull? Double 16. Very,
Shot
very
and the
well
match.
done by
Mark
McGeeney, getting
McGeeney.
off to a very solid start. He will enjoy that. He's made the Belgian feel defeat from the very first game. A steady 82 average. He had plenty of shots at a double. In fact, he had 9 more than his opponent, with a solitary maximum and a few other steady scores. His best checkout coming right at the end. He gets the first 2 points of Group C, and we'll be back with Turner against Bridle next.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lankhuizen Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McGeeney.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow!
A very warm welcome back to the Modus Super Series here in Portsmouth, and it will now be a debutant who takes the stage. And this is a very important day in the life of Joe Bridle because he's never played here before, but he's pretty local. He's from about 10 miles away, and I would be very surprised to believe that he hasn't thought about this moment at length. Gosport is the hometown of Gemma Hayter, of course, who's had a great deal of support when she's been trying to win titles under this roof. But winning titles is not something that Martin Turner has done here just yet. He has been a runner-up in a weekend series number 7. But here in Series 11, will 2025 yield that elusive weekly title? And there's no reason to think, Matthew Edgar, that couldn't happen this week, because in this series, experience has been telling, with wins for Jeff Smith, for Scott Taylor, and on Saturday night for another experienced player here at the Modus Super Series.
And you say winning titles is something he's not experienced here yet, but it's something that you wouldn't really have sort of attached to Martin Turner throughout his career until the recent years. Certainly he's been finding a lot of success on the WDF circuit. He's picked up a couple of big titles on that tour as well, not just
95.
some of the opens that are available, but some of the real big ones. The Isle of Man, I mean, that is regarded as one of the best, certainly here in the UK. Certainly for the attendance
96.
as well. A lot of quality players do attend those events, and to pick up one of those on your CV has got to be confidence boosting for him.
100.
Turner actually has one of the shortest campaigns of today and tomorrow, because when he jumped from position number 6 in the table in Group A to number 5, he was put into match 2 and will end in match 13. If he'd finished in 6th, he would have been in the position of Lankhuizen, playing game 1, game 15, and 3 in between. So there is a benefit to going a little bit further up that Group A table for that reason.
Yeah, I remember in the old days of Southampton, I was once on that shift where you was the first and last game and everything in between. It was a long gap between your matches. Much better to have them much more condensed. And you get that scenario potentially tonight with Group B, don't you, where there'll be a player who gets game on, game off, game on, game off throughout the night.
117.
Just less time to sit and think, less time to have to watch everybody else.
79.
We were watching Turner there,
You require 138.
trying to lead the bullseye or double 8. He failed to do so, and Bridle's got a chance to get his first leg on the board. Did the right thing, trying to attack that treble twice.
84. Martin, you require 48.
Double top.
Game shot on the
And
first
just like
leg,
that,
Martin
Turner breaks. Always cuts the figure of a confident dart player, does Martin from York.
Second leg, it's Martin to throw first.
That's for that leg.
Game on.
That was a bit of a corker from the Yorker.
54.
Joe Bridle is very much a product of Portsmouth darts. There are so many players in his sort of level in the Gosport, Fareham and Portsmouth area. you could go even as far as Waterlooville, up towards Guildford, and even east towards Chichester and Littlehampton.
140.
But getting this opportunity, this is a big deal for him.
But when you look for inspiration, when you look at that story, obviously this place is inspiring. It gives you something to go for. It gives you a goal that is reachable. But then when you look at what people have done when they came here,
140.
look at Adam Lipscomb, a player who came here as a localised player. Sort of geography helped him out get his invitations. Developed so much in his time here at the Super Series. Became a tour card holder.
41.
Became
Martin,
a
you
Pro
require
Tour
167.
finalist. And is looking good at the moment to get a World Championship debut just within a couple of years.
100.
That's what we call fast-tracking a player. There's no tractor leaving a finish here. Turner is leaving Bridle in his dust, the way that McGeeney was leaving
57.
Lankhuizen in
Martin,
his
you
dust in the
require
previous match.
67.
This time it's double 16.
35.
Using those flights that are quite simply very, very tiny.
That would have made that the perfect dart for him, because that would have opened up the bed whilst giving a target. If he could replicate that with dart 1 here, you'd be confident it's going to
140.
go
Martin, you
in 2 or
require
3.
32.
Let's find out.
16.
That second dart, it was a bit snatchy.
Well, I was confident in it. I'm not sure that Martin Turner was.
Because of that
Martin,
massive
you
lead that he
require
created for
16.
himself, he's got this third visit to take care of it.
No score.
I was thinking he'd either
So you
use
require
dart 1 or dart 2 as a
114.
marker. And he ended up planting in a third marker, and he could have this leg stolen away from him. This is different. And it's in.
Shot on his second leg.
He's never
to
going to
Bridle.
forget the first leg he ever won on this stage. 54 tops 10s. That wasn't
Third
the
leg,
plan.
it's Joe to throw first.
But sometimes you can get there anyway.
And 3 red targets. The triple red finish.
38.
Probably shouldn't go down the football angle here. If he's a fan of Southampton, he would love it. If he's a Pompey fan, he will hate the fact they're red.
35.
But this is darts, not football. Red segments can be very profitable. Plays a lot of his darts at the Fareham Social Club, just outside of Portsmouth. Does the Idol.
58.
See, originally when I saw the logo on the shirt and I saw the nickname,
45.
I thought, are we going down a similar road to Andy Bolton, the X Factor? I thought, is he a singer? Does he like getting on a bit of the karaoke? And then when you say his name, I felt a bit silly because it all makes perfect sense because it just rhymes nicely.
81.
What rhymes with Edgar then?
Not much.
100.
It's not the worst dart shirt I've ever seen. It's quite good.
That's why I've ended up giving myself lots of different nicknames and monikers to the point I'm now like Apollo Creed.
93.
Are you the king of Sting? The Count of Monte Fisto?
I'm the king of fling.
85.
Oh, I like that. You might want to copyright that before someone steals it. Well, recently Joe did win a vault event at the Fareham Social Club, very close to Portsmouth. That was on
46.
the 27th of May, just a few days back. So getting that victory will give him a great deal of confidence coming into
46.
this. His best average in that victory that night against the likes of Bobby Shearman, Jamie Treacher, Terry Archer, Rick Pello, and beating Samuel Palmer in the final after
85.
taking out Mark Ford in the semi. His best average of the night was 85.08. Does that tell us anything, Matt?
Tells us he's very
40.
capable.
Joe, you require 100.
It also tells us that in a sticky situation, he can find a way through. Something Martin Turner is not doing right now, because a bit of adversity, when it's gone wrong, it's continued to do so. And this is where you'd question Martin
45.
Turner a
Martin,
little
you
bit.
require 150.
Yeah, he hasn't really been
40.
in a
Joe, you
position in a
require
table this week
55.
of some sort of attacking sense. He's always been in the bottom three.
15.
He's still got a chance of leading
Martin,
this
you
game after
require
3 legs.
110.
It's not a classic by any means, but it could be Turner's lead.
55.
There are times as
Joe, you
well when you play a
require
debutant
40.
that you can almost be dragged into an edgy affair because of their aura. Double 16.
Game shot on the
And he
third
fixes
leg.
it. It's
Joe
two
Bridle.
very unconventional checkouts to take his first 2 legs here at the Modus Super Series.
Fourth flag, it's Martin to throw first.
I think I
Game on.
agree with what you're saying there about when someone's looking edgy, it's hard to play. And I think that's what we're seeing here with Martin Turner. He's
121.
playing against a guy who is thinking, I should be taking the points here. And with that, you're trying to punish every mistake. And instead of playing a leg of darts, you essentially play shot for shot. And I think that's what he's doing right now,
81.
just getting drawn into that sort of play for play. I'll try and outscore him visit on visit rather than just trying to complete a leg,
95.
because he's actually had 7 visits in that last one. In fact, 8.
Yeah, I think when you're up against someone who is either A, on debut, or B, you know they're not in the best of form.
41.
It's how you speak to yourself pre-game that is the biggest factor. I can say from my own experience, I had to play Barry
45.
Bates at the Grand Slam about 15 years ago. And before that tournament, we knew that Barry wasn't 100%. And in our group, we all knew we had to beat him. And you know what I said to myself before I played him on that stage? I said,
55.
tear his head off. You've got to have a ruthless mindset. Just for 10 to 20 minutes.
81.
You can be respectful afterwards, but what has he done there? Is that a case of Turner's head is in the shed?
Yeah, I think we've got 2 possible scenarios here, haven't we? One, he's just not quite with it at the moment,
100.
just trying to find something. We've also got the other factor of where he might go, well, he's a long way back, it's not going to affect too much, but either way, I wouldn't have been advising that
81.
play. Switch down to the 19s, would have given him the opportunity there to take that shot out. He will get a chance to take this out, however. But nothing's feeling easy right now for Martin.
140.
And that's not going to
Martin, you
help
require
in
78.
any way, shape or form.
Topswood.
Game shot on the fourth flag.
Mystifying
Martin
stuff from Turner. That leg, he takes out an 18 darts.
Fifth flag, it's Joe to throw first. Game
Nobody
on.
said darts was easy. But with the amount of experience that Turner has, he came into this game as a heavy favourite.
60.
But if there's one thing that's been proven this week, it's that you don't necessarily have to have a sparkling start in a group to be successful.
100.
That's probably more prevalent to Group A because you have 3 days. When you're in C, when you're in B, you've got limited
11.
time available to get it right. So if you were to have the same kind of start that Jemai van den Herik had on Monday morning, and you lose your first 3 games
140.
in this group, then you're forced to win every game you got left. Jemai didn't have to do that in 3 days.
It's sharper, it's quicker. We suggest on most times, if you want to keep it
45.
within your own hands, 14 points is the rough guide, although we have had players in the past not go through on 14.
85.
We've had someone in a Group A not qualify after getting 24 points. And 20 points was good enough this week.
100. 96.
That's a good switch. Seems to have found a better groove over the last leg and a half. I think for his own confidence here, he'd be better off leaving tops with 2 singles instead of
60.
double 10 with
Martin, you
2.
require 80.
Because he's just hit it.
Yeah,
And he's got
on
it
the
again.
fifth flag, Martin Turner.
And there's no adjustment really either, is it? It's just straight up that vertical line.
Sixth flag, it's Martin to throw first.
A bit of
Game
a
on.
turn around.
40 minutes for the first pun of the day.
108.
Not too many seconds between that and the next 180. You've been hanging out with Chris Murphy.
It's the only one I've got, so I'll just have to repeat that a few times.
30.
Maybe not in this game, though, because Martin Turner, after the first visit, with a very, very healthy lead.
85.
Yeah, his 4th day of the week. Any cobwebs that he had at the start of the week are surely gone. It's really critical that after a difficult Group A campaign,
60.
he got a good night's rest last night, didn't have to rush around this morning too early, get into the building around 11 o'clock, and figure it
95.
out over the next 2 afternoons to get one of those top 2 positions to be in a Saturday once again.
I think if you're going to play the Group A and you don't qualify directly, I think Group C is the advantage for the timing wise.
81. Martin, you require
It's a long wait
141.
for the evening session when you've been getting up early on the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
41.
That's okay. He's got a very sizable lead here. He might even have the luxury of just scoring 60 the next time he comes to the hockey. Standard-wise, Joe has struggled
66.
on debut.
Martin, you require 100.
And Turner cannot be sympathetic. Treble 19 would have left him on tops.
40.
He might finish the game with 3 tops in a row. That is very much the plan right now. Might go with the 18s here.
58. Martin, you require...
He obviously knows what he's doing, but just hasn't hit enough trebles.
Game shot,
And there is
and
3
the match.
tops
Martin
in a
Turner.
row to win 3 straight legs at 2-1 down. Joe Bridle was thinking, I might just win my first game against the experienced Yorkshireman. Just so happens that Joe tailed off a little bit towards the end, and Martin did incrementally improve a little bit, but the best part about that game, it was hitting his final 3 doubles without a miss, and he gets a first win in Group C by 4 legs to 2.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie, you
approaching the
require
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that
Charlie,
situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie,
Threw
you
the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the job
Yes!
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back. We are now in focus for game number 3. And it's a very warm welcome to Scotland's Mr. Sharp, otherwise known as Razor. I am sure there are going to be plenty of Ramon jokes over the next couple of days, but the 36-year-old from Edinburgh, David, who plays a lot of his darts in Dalkeith, he comes with reputation. There are plenty of players who have been here before saying, watch out for David Sharp, he's good. But is he as good as Kurt Parry? Kurt is here for the umpteenth time and looking for another tilt at a Saturday night title, which has eluded him so far. But I don't think him coming into Group C is a negative this week. One, because of the
First
strength
flag,
of
it's
Group B
David to
later
throw
on, which
first.
we'll list for you in due
Game on.
course. But because if you pit this Welshman up against these players, he is, without a doubt, the favourite in this group, albeit before we even see what
96.
David Sharp can do.
Like I say, comes a reputation. He's been playing some good darts as well on the Challenge Tour. So be interesting to see how he handles the switch here to the environment at the Super Series. And a very, very unusual action. Something we picked up on
84.
the very first time we saw him throwing his dart. He's double toeing the oki, which is giving him a very, very narrow balance.
123.
And what we'll see. You see here, look, toes the oki, and then just chucks the other one on there as well for a bit of fun.
So he is very much square on to the board, as you would ever want to be.
43.
Which means that's what we're going to see. Darts going low. If he misses, it's going to be low. The angle of entry will be very high. Because of that balance, and because both toes on the oki, he just lifts the heel off the floor on the balancing leg. There's that little flick. See the lift?
93.
I wonder if it's a sign, because he's using a Luke Littler dart, that he's going to get himself plenty of success
58.
here. We don't know what people are going to do when they come here for the first time. But all we've heard all week long is watch out for this guy. We've heard from Greg Ritchie, we've heard from Darren Beveridge.
45.
All of our friends north of the border have said
120.
he is good. But he might lose this first leg. Wow, what a shot that is from Parry.
Kurt Parry.
It looks like a standard 120 checkout, but it's not easy when your dart's going as upright
Second
as Kurt's.
leg, it's Kurt to throw first. Game on.
Didn't really move there as well. I expected to see him come around, so that's a guy who really understands
54.
how to work around the darts.
Biggest problem for Kurt over the last 2 or 3 days, it has been his doubling. He had the best average of anybody
66.
in Group A and wound up in Group C. But I don't think this is a negative.
95.
You say there are positives in Group C, Matt, because of the timing. I think there are positives because he's up against people like David on debut, who obviously will be a little bit anxious this morning.
49.
Might take us a game or two to see what he can really do. As for Kurt, this is just another day
100.
in a venue where he's played some superb matches.
But it's a venue of which he doesn't come too often and be an odds-on favourite to win a group, which brings its own pressures.
100.
Everyone always wants to be the underdog, don't they? We was actually having a good conversation about this recently, and the story I brought
43.
up was a time when Ryan Searle was taking on Danny Lauby at the World Championships. Danny Lauby, a qualifier from America, Ryan Searle in the top 16 of the world. And
58.
he was trying to pitch himself as the underdog still, even in that situation.
Some people might try it,
101.
but there are plenty of other people who will definitely refute that. Yeah, Sharp is just looking a little bit blunt at the start of this game, but
92. Kurt, you
very
require
rarely do we
108.
judge someone on the first few legs that they play.
Yeah, he's certainly looking a bit panicked, isn't he, right now? Well, he may be looking a little bit more panicked, because we've
76.
just seen Kurt Parry take the
David, you
120. He
require
wasn't able to add the 108 on
136.
this occasion. But these sort of shots can become settlers.
Even if he'd found 96 there to leave tops, that would have made him feel a little
78.
bit better.
Kurt, you require 32.
How's the doubling this time, Kurt?
$16.
That's happened too
David,
many
you
times this
require
week.
58.
We know it. He knows it. And Sharp is on double two. This is very much a Luke Littler shot.
Game shot on the second leg.
However,
David Sharp.
David Sharp hits double two. If Luke Littler had, with 58 left in the
leg, it's
2024
David to
World
throw
Championship
first.
final, he could now be standing as a
Game on.
two-time world champion.
Interesting to see Sharp not just try and play that off like that's what he's trying to do. You know, we see that now, don't we? People go for the treble 16 or the treble 12 as part of
140.
combinations rather than just going for the single. But we've probably come across it. I certainly have come across this many a time. So when you was in the startup days and you're playing your local darts and you know that player, it's the treble 18 going for the treble
134.
20 and then styles it out by throwing the next two at the treble 18. I thought we might have saw that sort of reaction.
You couldn't be more correct. These kind of things stick in your brain. And dart players have got very good
25.
memories. I played in a doubles final against Tim Arkwright and Colin Scott. I was playing with Chris Dobie's dad, Gordon, and Colin going for the treble 20 hit
58.
a treble 18. He tried to style it out and they beat us in the final. For years, he said. I went for that. No, he didn't. Took him 2 years.
140.
He said, actually, I didn't. We knew. It's amazing how things can turn around.
96.
All of a sudden, Sharp was in the lead. He should have been feeling confident coming into this because he's won his last 3 vault events
140.
at the Ship Inn in Dalkeith. I think sometimes his overall averages for the night as well can be misleading. They're about 78, 79, something like that.
99.
But in amongst
David,
those
you require
performances, he has had
56.
some 3-figure averages of around 100.
Game shot on
And
the
he is
third
in front
leg.
with a
David
14
Sharp.
darter. He is now settled.
The dart seems to be going in a lot firmer as well now
Full
for him,
flag,
which
it's Kurt to
again
throw
is a
first.
sign of confidence coming
Game on.
through. With the balance that he's got when he approaches the oki, with the grip at the front of the dart past the balance point, very, very soft. He needs to make sure that that arm is moving through with pace and confidence.
45.
And if it's not, he's going to find that he goes very, very loopy.
Do you know what? His stance actually reminds me of a
100.
long-time teammate of mine from the Northumberland County squad. He used to play in the Lower Gateshead area. A fella by the name of Robin Calvert. And he has,
140.
I believe, still got one of the greatest nicknames I've ever heard in darts. He's short, very skinny,
85.
always has an impeccable tan. We called him the Pepper Army.
I thought he was going to go with Morph.
100.
Yeah, we morphed into the fact that we started calling him the Animal because he's a bit of an animal. Great player, Robin. But he used to toe the oki with both feet.
81.
And he would thrust the dart by pushing it.
It's weird how these conversations come up because we was literally having a chat the other day about weird actions you've seen. Remember Nigel Birch? He used to stand on one leg on the Pro Tour.
Birchie, yeah, from Stoke, yeah.
100.
One leg, he'd toe the oki like so and then lift the back leg up off the floor.
70.
Should have called him the
You
Flamingo.
require 116. 60.
Well, that dart going above there just blocked it up a little bit, which reminds me of another player. Remember Louis Blundell, who would squat down to throw under it.
Blundell, unforgettable player.
101. Kurt, you require
He's the kind of
56.
person who would cause a ruckus in a phone box. Well, right now, I think Kurt Parry would have a word with himself in a phone box.
16.
It's another
David, you
miss,
require
and he
64.
could pay the price for that. At 1-0 up, he looked comfortable. Since then, Sharp has been better. That
Dave
is a
Sharp,
very,
full
very good
flag.
dart.
David Sharp.
Superb angle created and superb execution to take a 3-1 lead against Parry.
Fifth flag. It's David to throw
You
first.
can't forget that these are the two favourites to
Game
get
on.
through this group, or should we say the two favourites in the list with the odds compilers to win the group over the next couple of days. It's over 18s only. BeGambleAware.org for more information. Please gamble responsibly.
9.
And he's just hit his first 9 on the stage.
Good response
135.
here from Kurt, because at the end of that last leg, it looked like the blows was really starting to land. Very disappointed at going 3-1 down, as you would be. However,
140.
it looked like sort of guided disappointment due to the fact maybe he feels he should be getting more, and that might come down to what we're seeing on the doubles. 75% David Sharp, 3 from 4. Kurt Parry, just
58.
the 1 from 6. That was the 120 combination that he taken in the opening leg.
We didn't get a response from our viewing public
125.
yesterday because Sharp in darts is a very famous name in Scotland. The former World Championship participant and
138.
Scotland international, Ronnie Sharp. I don't know if they're related. If you know if they are, please let us know at MSS Darts.
108.
Now Parry's got to take this out. He might.
132.
He could have won this game 4-1 himself.
47.
But Sharp, on debut, is looking at tops for an opening win and another 14-darter.
Gabe Shaw and
He's pretty good,
David
all right.
Sharp.
That's a great debut from David Sharp. I wouldn't classify it as razor sharp, but it's very, very promising. Average of 87.5. The doubles were superb. He was visit perfect in that game and took full advantage of the fact that Kurt was not quite on it. He had a similar average. But it's Sharp who gets the win by 4 legs to 1.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McGeeney.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to Pluto TV and the live coverage of the Modus Super Series. It's Series 11, it is Week 4, it's Group C. And we're into game number 4. So the start of round 2 will see Joe Bridle coming back to the hockey to try and right the wrongs of game number 2. But Kevin Lankhuizen has similar issues. He was only 1 from 6 on the doubles in a 4-1 loss to Mark McGeeney at the start of play. So someone is going to join McGeeney, Turner, and now David Sharp on 2 points.
First
but who will it
flag,
be?
It's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
June the 5th is a very famous date if you are a bit of a movie nerd like yours truly, because 40 years ago today, Ferris Bueller took a day off. But these guys can't.
30.
Now they've got to get back on the job and start flexing their muscle in this group mat.
I think this is the right game at the right time for both people as well, because
55.
someone's going to win it. They're going to get some points on the board, hopefully get a bit of confidence, which could set them up for the rest of the week, where if this would have came a little bit later and they had to play some of those big
125.
hitters early, when you start losing, you start playing the league table. And when you start playing the league table, it seems like a bigger challenge than just playing each individual fixture. The ideal mentality to come into a Group C campaign is I need 7 wins. It doesn't matter where they come, just win 7 of my 10 games and I'm okay. But what you tend to do is you get drawn into the table, you look at those top 2 positions, you lose your first couple of games, you see yourself at least 2 fixtures away, and scoreboard pressure comes into play, which is something you don't tend to have to balance in this sport.
95.
But you have to here sometimes. And these guys are throwing very similar equipment. And if we were going to have one of those equipment swap games, which do form part of our social media feeds with some of the top talents who have played here, like Richie Burnett and Steve Beaton, I'm not sure these two will be too perturbed in using their opponent's equipment.
It just looks like different grip patterns, doesn't it?
Kevin, you require 128.
Rather than it be a different shape or a different sort of balance as such. I like the play there.
88.
Seemed like a nice open bed. The target looked inviting. The scoring power is good.
He might have finished bottom of Group A, but there was a lot to admire about the Lankhuizen routes used to get to finishes. He had a few
22.
shots
Kevin,
tried that were
40.
firework laden, let's put it that way. But sometimes there's a bit of method in his madness. There it was very much textbook, and he got that one very right to start in 17 darts.
Second leg, it's Joe to throw first. Game on.
I'm reliably informed that with his accomplice, Jemai van den Herik, he has had a visit to the local dart shop to get some red flights. It's obviously something to do with the Belgian flag. You were never a player
21.
to have odd flights and odd stems, right, Matt?
I did it for a very short period of time, actually. Purely just to, let's say, get that psychological distraction. Just always worth having tools, and just because you've got the tools in the toolbox doesn't mean you've got to use them all the time. So it was something I'd lean into if I really felt like I needed it.
I've actually seen your social media post
57.
about all the gear and no idea. Made me chuckle a little bit. This is a sport like that. You can have all the gear, but you've got to have some sort of clue.
And if you've got something, if you've got a little bit of a secret weapon that works, it's not something you want to lean into all the time so it becomes something you rely on. Because the more you rely on it, the more you use it, the more it becomes familiar, it stops working.
I'm a big believer in the fact that you should always be working on something in your game.
140.
Something small. Just to keep the mind active.
Well, if you're not working on something or learning, you're suggesting that you know it all, I guess.
60. Joe, you require
Ask that question of Luke Humphries.
141.
He's always working on something. And his darts aren't that different to what we're seeing here, but these ones
45.
and the Lankhuizen darts, they're more of a Raymond van Barneveld feel, these ones, but the Bridle darts are very similar to Nathan Aspinall.
80. Joe, you require 96.
Considering how well Nathan's playing at the moment, I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of people are trying a set of those. That's a lovely dart from Joe.
88.
Doesn't
Kevin,
find
you
that
require
one.
158.
Hasn't had many darts that are double so far today. That's only his 6th. Look at this.
120. Joe,
Usually you can tell how
8.
close it was by the facial expression of the person who just missed it.
Great effort. Will he get another opportunity? Because what's that done now is just caused that little bit of panic you feel for Joe. Probably squinting to check that wasn't in. Especially with the angle of entry of which he's got. He's ended up blocking the target.
Kevin, you require 38.
Can't get over the line, and this is a break a throw opportunity. Straight for it.
Game shot.
That
the
is a
second
wonderful
leg. Kevin
dart.
Lankhuizen.
He's gone through the posts. He's been too defensive on the first one. Been a little cagey on dart 2, but
Third
my
leg,
word,
it's
dart
Kevin
3
to
was
throw
good.
first. Game on.
You're a fan of the Home Alone movies, aren't you, Matt?
Oh, big fan.
So do you want to back me up saying that
24.
Kevin Lankhuizen looks like Fuller? Don't give him a soft drink before bed. He is a very accomplished actor now, an Oscar winner. Kieran Culkin.
60.
There's those like before and after shots, isn't there? You get of actors. I think you'd get away with that if you did like the side by side.
We weren't told as kids, were we,
100.
that Macaulay Culkin's brother was Fuller.
No, there was a lot of little hidden gems in Home Alone as well. Like when he spills the milk, it's got his name on the ticket that they throw in the bin.
95.
You and I have got to talk. I love a good movie factoid. Especially things that aren't scripted.
55.
And that's what we love about live sport, because it can't be scripted.
Six.
The advice that you would give Joe Bridle right now is don't put pressure on yourself. I know that's difficult. But this experience, go and embrace it. Go and
22.
play. Just play. He's only known about coming here for a few days.
70.
If that's the case, I think that works out better. Because I know there's a lot of people that have earned tickets here and are waiting on their dates to come to the Super Series, and with that, it just
33.
builds up over time. And then you get your date, oh, it's 6 months' time, right? Well, I've got 6 months, and you're counting it down, you're watching it, you're trying to... And you're just building it up all the time. I think sometimes just being chucked into the moment is the best thing. Always look at it the same as a roller
60.
coaster. And when you're going up that hill, it's building up the anxiety. And because you can't get out, you go over it and you have a great time. However, I guarantee if there was a button you could press when you get into
44.
that highest
Do you
point
require
that just gets you off it and back on the
156?
ground, it'd be pressed more times than people go over the hill.
Absolutely. What's he got up his sleeve here? Double 18.
138.
That was a really impressive effort. Maybe this game's going to go down the path of what we saw on Monday and Tuesday.
140.
Half of the games that
Do
we
you
had in the
require
first 2 days
18?
went the distance. A double 9, not usually the favourite of right-handers. But that's a very good fixed job
Joe
again.
Bridle.
Is he going to take a check out today in a normal way?
Full flag. It's Joe to throw first. Game on.
At this rate, Matt, he's going to get himself a different nickname. Broken Satnav.
Well, when I was doing some research,
140.
the name actually became quite hard to come across. I found a lot of Joseph Bridle rather than Joe Bridle, and it made you think about all the players over
83.
the years that actually, if you use a full name, how it would sound so different.
Yeah, your Andys could be Andrews. Your Joes could be Josephs.
Joseph Cullen just doesn't sound right, does it? Andrew Hamilton.
85.
Dave Lanning used to call Andy Hamilton Andrew Hamilton. That was one of his best qualities. He would give them the full name at the start of a match.
57.
So you would never be referred to as Matt. You'd get the Matthew treatment.
Only when I'm naughty.
15.
He does tend to lean on that second and third dart, that neck is leaning to the left shoulder. That says to me there's a bit of tension in that right half.
I've got one more, actually.
140.
The most obvious one of all, Philip Taylor.
Philip Douglas.
96. Joe, you require 121.
Which route do you want, Joe? Seth? $51 bull, the only one left. Of course, he's not going to do it the conventional way. He hasn't done anything the conventional way
77.
so far.
Kevin, you require 170.
So how can you get 44 unconventionally?
58.
Treble
Joe, you
4,
require 44.
double 16.
18, double 13.
So close. But
Yeah,
it's
shot on the
in,
full flag.
and he's back
Joe
in this
Bridle.
game at 2-2. Is there any method in going for
Fifth
treble
flag,
4
it's
there?
Kevin to
Because
throw
some people
first.
do like to go
Game
for
on.
smaller targets to focus the brain. If you're not bothered about leaving tops or double 16, is there any benefit in doing that?
108.
I think we're seeing a lot of that now, aren't we? Saw on the European Tour this past week, 56, treble 16 for double 4. We've seen Fallon Sherritt go for the treble 12 quite a lot of times. So especially when she's down here, doing treble
95.
12.
Yeah,
On
treble 12 for double 8 on 52. That's very much her play. Now watch the way that Joseph
24.
approaches the oche here. He will look away. It's almost like a miniature version of Andrew Gilding. Or should we say Andy Gilding?
And we're going the opposite way around this
70.
time, yeah.
$59. $140.
Well,
43.
after a slow start, Joe Bridle really is starting to impose himself here. He's averaging a good 9 points better than his first performance. Maybe he's starting to find a bit more comfort up there.
42.
And I think this is what I expected to see through this fixture. One player's going to grow in confidence as this game goes on.
80.
As the
Joe, you
opportunity is there,
require
as they realise
154.
that this is a very attainable standard.
Six.
Well, there
Kevin,
was
you require 115.
a possibility of bull at the end there. If he found 25, he would have left 89 instead of 94, which is slightly
24.
easier than this shot.
Joe, you require 94.
I'd say it's significantly easier to be able to leave a shot, 'cause it's just single numbers to get a dart at the bullseye. Now, has to find something.
Now it's 79.
$39.
Just seems to be
Kevin,
missing
you
a
require
few
91.
easier targets towards the end of legs.
$51. Joe, you
So
require
they're both positioned to
55.
take a 3-2 lead, and which one can do it? Bridle, if he can do this right here, will get a break and a chance to win 4-2 with the darts in the next leg. Double
Gets on
tennis
the
served
fifth
him well,
flag. Joe Bridle.
and it just goes in. A bit like that shot from Lankhuizen a little bit earlier on, which almost hit double 15.
Sixth flag. It's Joe to throw
And does
first.
it look like to you
Game
that
on.
it does to me in the fact that Joe Bridle there almost fighting off a smile?
That is a couple of times that he's
45.
almost cracked a smile. Maybe a big sign that he's enjoying this experience already. He's played against many a player who has graced this stage.
121.
Simon Whitlock in the local area, Lloyd Walker, Adam Lipscomb. Now he gets his chance. Technically, he looks pretty
45.
sound. He's not the tallest of individuals. He's got quite a compact action, a bit like Robert Thornton.
140.
Threw that with some venom.
He has been showing quite a bit of passion this week as Lankhuizen.
60.
If he wants to have a little taste of home, apparently there is a restaurant which is Belgian in the city.
100.
Bridle having a little dance there at the back of the stage, getting ready for what looks to be a last leg shootout.
I look at him and he reminds me of James Richardson a little bit.
45. Kevin, you require
I can
140.
see that as well. Yeah, I'm liking your lookalikes.
Yeah, nobody thought we were going to have a darts
95.
match between Kieran Culkin and James Richardson.
His approach, I've got it. John Norman Jr.
Spot on.
58. Kevin, you require 45.
Absolutely 100% spot on. Is this?
29.
Not yet. Without question, the output is going to have to be better than this from both players if they're going to stand any chance
45.
against anybody else in
Kevin,
this
you
group. They
require
are playing better
16.
than these guys. The numbers do not lie.
Game shot on the
But this
sixth
one goes
flag,
the
Kevin
distance.
Lankhuizen. 7th and final leg. It's Kevin to throw first.
First game to
Game
go the
on.
distance today. It's the longest match by quite some distance.
85.
Whoever loses it is going to be chasing immediately. You know, it's 15 years ago today since Mervyn King hit a 9-dart leg at the UK Open against Gary Anderson.
60.
That was 15 years ago.
Yeah, because the UK Open used to be in the summer, didn't it? Yeah.
It used to be at Bolton during the early part of June.
44.
It's actually 21 years ago since Phil Taylor hit one there.
$70.
Makes you feel old when you say 15 years ago, that 9-darter, and it sounds like a long time ago. And I think, I played in the next UK. That was my first one. The one after that. And 15 years.
54.
Makes you feel old.
Yeah, that was a really good day that Mervyn King hit that 9 against Gary. It wasn't a good day for me. I lost to Gary that afternoon. And it was quite an expensive game, actually.
125.
Fair to say I left Bolton quite quickly. It's actually the anniversary also of Phil Taylor winning his last World Cup
96.
in the PDC with Adrian Lewis. He won all 4 with Adrian. That was back in 2016. But who's going to win this one?
60.
Bridle still looking for his first victory on this stage, in front of these cameras, under these lights. Lankhuizen's had plenty of victories. He won his
42.
debut match on Monday. In fact, he won 3 out of 5 on Monday, which was a very solid effort. And the fact that he was top of the table after round 6 of the group and ended up bottom tells you just how
135.
unpredictable it was. Bridle's going to get a chance to get that first victory here.
65. Joe, you require 51.
Does he want tops? Looks like it. First match dart.
31.
It's a classic
Kevin,
symptom,
you
isn't it?
require 115.
You go for the safe high one in case you pull it. And then you go for it and you do pull it. Double 18.
79.
It's not stolen away.
You require 20.
So Bridle goes for double 10 again. Something that has been very good to him in this game. It is again.
On the match, Joe
And Joseph
Bridle.
Bridle is a winner on the Super Series stage for the very first time. The idol will have a smile. He might not like the output. The averages weren't great in the end. But the fact is, this table is about points. Whatever average you get does not give you extra. So it will be 2 points for Bridle, still none for Kevin, as we go into our next game, which is Parry against McGeeney.
10. And Scotland are off to the perfect start.
Look at the head there for Jimmy Van Skiën. Burnett steps up, and Richie Burnett does find double 10, and it is a 4-3 victory.
60 to complete a 4-1 success. Third time in the chart, and the Netherlands are into the semi-finals. History is in the making, because for the first time ever, there will be a paired 9-dart shootout. Well, this is the loudest I think I've ever heard in live now. Steve Brent is in race again. Well, that might well be the biggest cheer we see tonight. And kicks off for Maximin. And I suppose the one advantage of... Well, that is absolutely incredible. Scott Campbell in a 9-dart shootout has found 2 180s. So Scotland and Belgium are into the semi-finals. The Republic of Ireland head for home. The Netherlands are into the final. Much to the delight of this packed-out Portland.
And he only needed one more. It is Wales that is through to the final.
And it's double Dutch delight. The Netherlands are the inaugural international pairs champions.
Only one winner. It's the Netherlands!
That's how you can see and hear the live darts here at the international pairs, which will be in August as the Netherlands will look to defend their title. Jimmy Van Ski and Danny Van Tripe will be back to defend as the Canadians come to try and steal it away, as will the South Africans, because we did announce that Devin Peterson will be teamed up with Simon Adams when we do have this event. But Sweden will join the party as well. As for who will play for Sweden, it will be Saturday night during the Week 4 finals that we will announce that. So stay tuned for that information. Now we're going into game number 5 in our schedule for Group C here today. And Kurt Parry would like to put right what went wrong in game 3 against David Sharp. But things don't get any easier as he takes on someone who played extremely well in his first game of the day. And that was Mark McGeeney, who won his first game by 4 legs to 1 against Kevin Lankhuizen, who has subsequently lost again to Joe Bridle in the previous match. They're all smiles on the stage, but eventually the smiles, Matthew Edgar, they have to subside and be replaced by focus.
Yeah, we're in a situation here where this could start to unravel quite quickly, because for Kurt Parry, he was the big favourite here to win this group, odds on in fact, and he's lost his opening game by 4 legs to 1, and there is a different type of pressure that comes with being the favourite, and he may be about to experience that right here, because back-to-back defeats to start the day.
Game on.
It'd have to be pretty perfect from that point to even qualify. A long way to go, though, before those conversations need to be had.
140.
Yeah, absolutely. I remember when Richie Howson was here late last year, he lost his first couple of games in Group C. He would then go on to win the rest of the games and get 16 points. And the thing that made that memorable was the fact that he needed to win all of those games. If he didn't, and had only won 7 games out of 10, he wasn't going to make Saturday.
We've talked about scheduling a little bit today, haven't we, in regards to when you play your games and the breaks. Feels like a long time since Mark McGeeney was on that hockey. He opened the show today with a 4-1 victory. But there's been 3 complete games before we've seen Mark McGeeney back on the stage. It's been over an hour.
Yeah, hour and about 10 to 15 minutes. So what you do in that time is
100.
entirely up to you. But you're not going to be throwing that entire time, are you? You are going to try
60.
and measure the practice based on how long the previous games are going before you play again.
Yeah, you'll be up, you'll be down, won't you? You'll be sat at the table, you'll be trying just to relax, try and have conversations, just try and distract yourself from what's going on. And when you get to the stage, you can often take a couple of throws just to get back into the swing of things. But Mark McGeeney,
29.
well and
Mark
truly back in the
93.
swing of things here towards the back end of this leg. Looking good for a breaker throw.
He may just have the luxury of laying up the tops.
158.
Maybe not.
120.
That's the second time we've seen that checkout scared today. But McGeeney's looking sharp. Sharp enough, at least. Just managing the breathing there, and that is something in this sport you have to be able to do. It's not a contact sport, darts, 99.9% of the time. It can be a little like chess, but what Magnus Carlsen has shown us in the last few days, that when you lose, it's pretty easy to lose your temper.
60.
I don't think anybody's going to be doing a Colin Lloyd this weekend, smacking the dartboard the way that Magnus Carlsen was smacking the chessboard the other day when he lost.
Yeah, he was very lucky on that occasion, wasn't he, Colin Lloyd? Because the board's not soft. There's a lot of wire in there. He was lucky he was able to complete the game.
100.
Yeah, don't try that at home. It's a bit like punching a wire fence. The fence will win.
$83.
Mark has been trying different flights over the years. He's had the slims, which is something you've used, Matt. He's on the pear-shape or teardrop flights at the minute. He's also tried those very small kite-shaped flights, which Phil Taylor used towards the end of his career.
Well, he likes that flat angle of entry, doesn't he? But what he'll get with these is he's still getting that same angle of entry, but he's just getting a little bit more stability. I think a kite's probably got too much wingspan for him.
Mark, you require
now,
16.
in the business end of this leg here, Mark McGeeney, looking to hold his throw and double his lead, was put under pressure,
Mark McGeeney.
and he responds well. We've been talking about today how he's not really had too many darts at this sort of level in recent times. It's all been more localised stuff, but he's transferring that form well.
59.
Have you noticed on the back of his shirt he's got a skyline of the Colosseum in Rome? I'm presuming that's not the Colosseum in Stockport, because I don't think they've got one.
59.
Yeah, I don't think he's going along the lines of the hometown sort of skyline. We see that with Bradley Roos the other week, didn't we? He had the Hague on the back of his shirt. Lovely place. But yeah, I agree. I don't think they've got that in Stockport or Weedon.
What's Weedon got that other places haven't?
Nothing.
62.
They do a really rubbish barbecue chicken bacon burger. I can't imagine that's going to be on many people's shirts. The Crossroads at Weedon doesn't really quite go up to the Colosseum of Rome.
I'm not sure the tourist board of Weedon are liking this programming right now. Hi, come to Weedon. We've got a rubbish chicken burger.
And Crossroads. Crossroads as well, with too many traffic lights on that you always sit at for about 10 minutes.
84.
I don't know if you've ever seen that show Absolutely back in the day, but they used to make a lot of sketches about
Mark, you require 160.
Local tourist videos, particularly about a place called Stony Bridge. Doesn't catch that flight.
100.
But he might just catch the bus to a 3-0 lead. This one could be getting away from Kurt. Like you mentioned, Matt. Things can happen fast in Group
Mark,
C.
you require 60.
As you can see, nothing in the way.
50. Okay, you
And
require
Parry is needing to go for
152.
150 plus checkout to save the leg again. Can he find this one? This time he doesn't get the chance of the double.
100. Mark, you require 10.
This is difficult. He's going to have to go the other side.
No score.
That's why it was
Okay, you
hard.
require 52.
The angle of entry, isn't it? It blocks the target. It's one of those sort of targets for a player like McGeeney. It needs to go first dart or it gets tricky. But he's going to
42.
get another go.
Mark,
It's just
you
not
require
happening for
10.
Kurt Parry. He's had 24 darts in this leg, and he could be about to go 3-0 down with a double breaker throw.
Nobody likes double five.
5.
And that's the reason.
require
Because it's
10.
not really a double you can attack.
Game shot
Unless your name's
third
Kurt
leg,
Parry.
Kurt Parry.
Feels like a replica of the first game, though, doesn't it, for McGeeney, where he could have won it so easily.
Fourth
And
leg,
it could have
it's
been
marked
so
to the
simple.
reverse.
If you look at the scoreline,
Game
4-1, you think it was simple, but he brought himself into drama. And he's done exactly that just there. A couple of handfuls of darts for a 3-0 lead, a double breaker throw, and he's brought himself into that
99.
drama again. It's game on.
Dart players don't like drama. They don't like comedy. They like fuss-free winning.
135.
Having said that, when you look at the players who have come here over the last 3 years, more and more and more of them are trying to get
85.
a little bit of fame by doing something a little bit different. But, Matt, you know this as much as I do. Dart players love a bit of a trend.
97.
We had players doing no-look 180s and 3 bulls. I wonder what the next trend's going to be. Remember the stare down from the last series?
125.
Conan Whitehead, wasn't it, who started all of that?
He's the OG, the original winner, and the original starer.
95.
And if I may be frank, there might be 1 or 2 people who try to do it better than Conan, but I don't think they got there. I think Lee Cox got pretty
60.
close. He gave it a really good go at the stare down. And we are going to see Lee Cox later on today. He's in Group B, which is fabulous as far as the lineup is
125.
concerned.
Mark, you require 132.
Another. Double 16.
100.
So close.
Okay, you require 49.
What a sensational effort from Gladiator.
Game shot
Kurt
the
hits
fourth
what
leg,
McGeeney
Kurt
couldn't,
Parry.
and now our game is tied. It could be so different. In fact, it could be done.
Fifth leg, it's Kurt to throw
This
first.
is the problem when you get drawn back
on.
into the drama, when you get drawn back into the game, especially against a player like Kurt Parry, who we know has got this sort of explosive
58.
nature, who can put in what I'd call at the moment an unsustained spurt, where we can see for 2 or 3 legs real quality. However, in this
100.
format, when it's only best of 7, 2 or 3 leg spurts are enough.
How often do we see it, Matt, with
60.
this kind of equipment that Parry's got? It's a longer barrel, long point in the end as well. Doesn't necessarily have to be the front-loaded style barrel that Kurt has.
100.
But you see it with a very steep angle of attack. If you look at the McGeeney darts post this visit,
100.
we have seen this kind of setup with Mark, with this flat lie. But Kevin Painter, 20 years ago, or even up to the present day, he would get them to stand up with
45.
that exact same equipment.
Yeah, it's all to do with the grip, isn't it? Where the thumb is placed in relation to the index finger, where it's placed in
60.
relation to the balance point on the dart, and how it comes out of the hand. And we'll see Mark McGeeney, very tall guy, very 90-degree sort of angle with the hand, with the arm,
95.
very straight. So it just sort of changes the shape of which he is throwing. And anything other than a sort of standard, I think a standard would probably kick a little bit for Mark rather than stand up. He'd probably find that the dart goes
140.
point left, light,
Mark,
right.
you require 161.
We're still looking for a 160 plus checkout of the week.
6.
We might not even get one.
Require 83.
What we might get is a 3-2 lead for Parry.
51.
And that one has kicked off the
Mark, you
flight and
require
gone the
101.
wrong way. That's the wrong way as well. He wanted 3 19s, not
You
one.
require 32.
So where does this game go next? The lead is Parry's. He can't believe it. I think a lot of people watching on Pluto TV will not believe it. McGeeney could have won this game 4-0
Mark to throw first.
based on the amount of chances he's had. But now he has to win the last 2 legs just to get the points.
100.
Is a pear-shaped flight something you've tried, Matt?
Yeah, I've tried all different shapes and sizes. Part of
57.
my sort of research into darts equipment and behaviours and understanding them was to have a go with them myself and to see how they all differently behave using the same
60.
throw, and then adapting different grips and throws and postures to see how else you can sort of adjust the equipment.
58.
Is a really interesting experiment. I urge anybody, if you're into your darts and you enjoy playing darts, just get a set of all the different types of flights that are out there and just have a throw with them. Maybe not something to use, but just to help understand, because what it'll do as well is it'll help you develop sort of throwing skills. And when you can understand how it behaves differently in the dart, a lot of time it can help. It's the same with the football.
125.
When we used to coach that, sometimes we'd put our strikers in defence in training just so they could understand the other role.
Even some manufacturers do
60.
these packs which have one set of every shape. So you don't have to go out and buy 3 or 4 sets of the same one. You can actually get one pack which has a pair of standards, sorry, not a pair. You don't want 2. You want a set of standards, a set of kites, a set of pairs,
You require
slims.
121.
That way you can try everything and see what works for you. He didn't have to go 20s there. He could have done 16s potentially, but the thought there was, if I get a 20, I can go 16 tops. If I get a 16, I'd have to go 20 tops with a blocker. So maybe Parry's got that
You
right.
require 56.
Does he get it right?
16. Mark, you
Oh, how
require
things can twist.
120.
Rescue opportunity for McGeeney. We know he's going to get a clear target here. That's not going to get in the way.
That was close.
Game shot
And
the
that one's in.
flag. Mark McGeeney.
So there you have it. 2 match darts. Mr. McGeeney is thinking about dart 2 and how close it was to not even giving him a shot to save the match.
First. Game on.
The mind will probably wander back to all those missed darts at a double, and he'll thinking, why can I hit it now? But now is a good time because it gives him the opportunity, and certainly with Kurt Parry finding no treble on the opening visit here, that is an open door for McGeeney, and that is inviting. That is exactly where he wants the dart. Bottom wire, middle of the bed.
140.
I was expecting a max.
They are identical on the doubling in this game. 3 from 13 apiece. But the biggest weapon for Parry has not shown up in leg 7.
119.
It needs to show up soon.
And there was a grimace there from Parry, wasn't there, after the couple of trebles from McGeeney. He knows he's behind it now. He's essentially lost the throw in the scoring phase. And you feel like McGeeney's going to be getting some match darts of his own here.
41.
Provided he doesn't make too many mistakes.
125.
That's exactly what's been happening this week. That's why he's frustrated. He's had one bad dart and two belters. But it might not be good enough.
100.
That was an aggressive play.
Yeah, I'd like to have seen the bullseye with the last start there. Would have made this shot significantly
99.
easier.
Mark you require 101.
Can he find 81 with two?
69.
He leaves it very handy, but Parry, who's already missed two for the match, should get another. It's that checkout again of 80 with blockers. He needs to go all Beecher's Brook.
Game shot and the
It's a
match.
steal from the
Good
Welshman. He could have won the game by 4 legs to 2. Mark McGeeney could have won it by 4 legs to 0. And it ends up that Parry wins it by 4 legs to 3. It's one of those incredible games that could have had 3 or 4 different scorelines. But in the end, Kurt Parry with a scruffy average and just about the right amount of doubles in the bag. He's able to get a 4-3 victory to get himself on the board on 2 points. A very warm welcome back to the Modus Super Series in Portsmouth. And now we are going to end our second round of play with a look at Scotland versus Yorkshire. Martin Turner got off to a good enough start, let's put it that way. A 4-2 victory against Joe Bridle. Didn't need his best starts. But David Sharp, with the performance of the day so far in beating Kurt Parry in Game 3, he's had a bit of a wait until this time to play in game number 2. But based on what we've seen so far today, you'd have to say that Sharp against the darts may be the marginal favourite. But we're not discounting the possibility that Martin can turn up and put in a performance. But we were pretty impressed with David Sharp when he finally settled in that first game.
On debut as well. That's the most important thing, where normally what happens, it's not every time, but the majority will start off and players will get stronger as it goes. If that is the case, then David Sharp's going to be exactly what everyone was telling us he will be, which is a quality operator. Just a bit of a scoreboard issue here for a quite pause in play as we turn it off and on again.
Yeah, that's always a good thing to do. And I think as a player, that's something you have to do as well. At the end of a game, you have to turn off from the pressure, even if it's just for a minute or two. And then when it's your time to grace the stage again, you have to turn yourself back on. As far as today is concerned, Matt, we haven't seen the best of these players to this point, but have we seen enough evidence to suggest who the top 2 could be?
Not yet. I think there's a long way to go before that really takes shape in regards to the performance so far, because Kurt Parry, the big favourite to win the group, has looked a little bit ropey at times, certainly when it's come to the doubles. 5 from 21 attempts across his 2 fixtures, and he did lose his opening game too. The man on the stage right now, David Sharp, who's looking very comfortable and composed, while Martin Turner, it's got to be said, was looking quite happy feet at that point. Just couldn't stand still, very fidgety, a sign of nerves, a sign of being uncomfortable in the situation. So maybe the fact that now our referee Jack Garwood's allowed the players just to carry on throwing, that's going to help settle Martin Turner into an uncomfortable situation.
Yeah, that's what I would want as well in these kind of situations. Just an ability to forget about what's happening and just keep moving. Because if you were to stand there for 2 or 3 minutes and allow your arm and your mind to go cold, it might take you 4 or 5 visits or even a leg to get moving again.
Well, you was on stage at the Alexandra Palace, wasn't you, when the lights went out? And so certainly the voice of experience of being in this kind of scenario where you got shifted off the stage on that occasion, didn't you?
Yeah, we did. It was such a big missed opportunity there, Matt. I could have gone to one knee, given it the full eye roll, and tried to summon the demons. I was too focused on my darts to create a moment. We have had an undertaker at the Alexandra Palace in the past, in Nigel Hayden, someone that I know you know well, Matt.
There's been a couple of undertakers in darts over time, haven't we? Nigel Hayden was nicknamed the Undertaker, was actually his job as well. That was his switch name. He was originally the Butcher. Different career paths, obviously. And we had an undertaker in Wales as well, with Kevin Thomas.
Yeah, his sister was a good player, Rhiannon Thomas. She played for Wales. Made the semi-finals of the BDO Gold Cup about 25 years ago, if my memory serves me right. They're just finishing their practice darts, and we are just about ready to get back into this game. Now we are back, 176 after 9, and Sharp is chasing.
I suppose the benefit is that we wasn't deep into the game. We was only 6 darts in when we've noted the scoreboard error. Had that been a couple of legs in, it would be a real talking factor to see who's going to respond best. But I just feel like still the start of the game, the opening leg. Maybe benefited them both just to have a couple of idle darts
98.
in the middle.
Martin, you require 91.
Decides on the treble.
26.
And he's very much subscribing to the aggressive route there on 91. Even with David on 72, which might be taken. It is taken. It's a 15 dart, it's a break. And Sharp is embellishing this reputation of his.
Second leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
Even though he's only played 6 legs on the stage, he looks very dependable.
Well, speaking of dependable, we've got to look at those doubling stats, haven't we, of
58.
David Sharp. They've been so strong. Opening game, only needed 5 darts at the outer ring to convert his 4 legs, and he started strong
43.
again here. And when you're taking things out, when you're hitting doubles, that's where you're really going to start growing that confidence. Especially when they're clean combinations.
95. $140.
There are so many different types of pressures as well when you come here. People who travel from far and wide. Ask Raymond Smith when he was winning Series 2. He won his week, and then
98.
5-6 weeks later, he had to come all the way back to Portsmouth to try and get the then £20,000 prize.
81.
There are people who are just down the road, like Joe Bridle. But when you're coming all the way from Scotland, like Scott Campbell has done this week, you'll see him later in Group B as well.
56.
And David Sharp too. You don't want that trip to be for nothing. You want to go home with something around your neck and a whole host of good memories.
77.
You can say that too for the guy from York. That's not round the corner. That's still a bit of a drive.
I suppose the beauty of Scotland is you can fly down to Southampton. Perfect, just short drive for Martin from York. You don't have that luxury of being able to fly. So we're probably talking a, 5.5, 6 hour journey?
Third leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
I make that 4 double tops in a row for Martin Turner now. So we're going to keep tabs on that. He's got to recognise the fact that he's hitting tops with ease. So whatever you do, Martin, keep leaving it.
81.
Constantly hitting the same target over and over and over again in a positive way can't be a boring thing.
36. $140.
David's not sharp right here until now.
108. Martin,
almost put my foot in it there. It's double 10 this time.
120.
That's a little smattering of what he can do.
It's when he throws with that pace, isn't it? When he gets a little bit edgy,
95.
just moves the arm a little bit slower. Needs to commit, and that's the thing with these small flights of which Martin Turner uses now. You've got to throw them. There's not as much sort of
to throw first.
room for error. There's not as much wiggle room as you get with the standard. You can't sort of throw them with any imperfections. And the best way to ensure that it's clean
134.
I think that's the reason why not many players have used them in the past.
40.
Especially this moulded kind. I've seen maybe 3 players use them in the last 10 years. Justin Pike, Simon Stevenson and Martin Turner. If you go to the foldable kind of this shape, I've seen McGeeney and Taylor use them.
140.
But judging by how many dart players we see day in, day out, that's not a lot.
No, a lot of people do prefer the traditional angle of entry, that slightly upwards lift on the dart, and the stability that comes, obviously, from throwing that type of dart. I tell you another one, actually, who used to play with very, very small flights, and that was because he used to get a pair of scissors and cut them right down, was Scott Rand.
Very, very good point. And
111.
almost his first 127 in game, but it can still be his game.
$130.
Yeah, great use of the bullseye there from the
16.
Yorkshireman. Again, it's an angle needed, and the shuffle isn't much. It didn't need to be much.
Flag, David Sharp.
That's incredibly precise. No wonder he's called Razor.
Fifth flag, it's
Showing us
Martin
that quality
Turner
that
first.
people have been suggesting he's got, because Martin Turner's playing well here. Martin Turner is averaging well in excess of 100, 104.89 going into the start of this leg. And he's level.
Well, let's touch on this subject, shall we, Mark? Because we're going to do it at some point. He's called Razor. I don't see a black curly mullet.
125.
I don't see a chain around his neck. I don't see a waistcoat. And he's not saying AO.
81.
Otherwise known as Scott Hall.
There's so many ways you could go with the name of David Sharp, isn't there?
94.
I'm going to go even deeper with this. And you might like this reference. I'm going to tie him in with a couple of different programs, a couple of movies. So, Sharp
30.
was an old TV program acted by Sean Bean. So let's tie it in and call him Mr. Bean.
100.
And I do feel bad for him because I've made silly suggestions like this before, and players have contacted me after and said, when I go to my local now and I go to my local darts night, they won't stop calling me this.
140.
And I do feel like
Martin, you
the
require
second
124.
David Sharp goes back home, he's going to be greeted with, all right, Mr. Bean.
40.
Yeah, it's a bit like Henry calling Sam Spivey man, and he despises it.
$85. Martin, you require
This is a critical
84.
moment in this game. Double 12. He's
Gets on the
doubling.
fifth leg,
My
Martin
word.
Turner.
What a great performance this is from Turner. It's unfinished, but so far,
Sixth flag.
this
it's
is
David Zero
exemplary.
first. Game on.
I hate to go down this somewhat stereotypical route,
58.
but Martin's from Yorkshire, as is Scary Spice. Do you remember the character from Bo Selector?
Yes.
That character would say, I've still got it. It never left me.
85.
He's still got it. It hasn't left him.
And I also feel that when Martin Turner goes home, he's going to be greeted by
99.
lots of Bo Selector quotes.
The moment he is nicknamed Scary Spice,
59.
that means darts has peaked. At 56 years of age, he could have gained his
60.
darts nickname. This is scary good.
125.
He could be 6 darts away from a very impressive victory. And whoever wins this game will be leading the table.
180.
Sharp is having none of it. In fact, there's only going to be one
80.
person
David, you require 104.
going into round 3 without points. That will be Kevin Lankhuizen. We haven't got
48. Martin, you
a tongue
require
plus checkout
152.
from this game yet. We might not need one.
96.
He's got a little bit of urgency here as Martin. He's hoping that Sharp is not going to take what he wants. But of course he does. That was perfectly pitched to take us the distance for the third consecutive match.
7th and final
But
leg.
the quality's
It's
gone
Martin
up,
to
hasn't
the
it? The
reverse.
levels have gone up
Game
right
on.
now. You asked me a question not too long ago about have we seen enough yet to suggest who might be the top two? And I had to sort of back the question aside because we haven't really seen anyone come up and play their best yet. But we
59.
may be starting to see that now. Certainly, in regards to Martin Turner, who's been around about the 100 average for the majority of this game.
135.
And just inserting a little bit of quality. The quality that has carried him to appear in multiple world championships now across different codes and pick up some big ranking titles on the WDF circuit.
Let's not forget as well, if you win this week
85.
and you take that form into the Champions Week in August and you win that week, getting yourself a first series title in most people's cases.
162.
You might even get the Global Championship at the end of the year because a win in the series will get you in that tournament. How good was that 162?
123. David, you require 146.
What a great game this has been. One of the best of the week. Surely. It was begging for another, but Turner
94.
might eventually
Martin,
get this
require
match
62.
start to put David Sharp away. 88.
46.
And that may be the only chance he gets.
David, you require 52.
He's going to have the superior average in this game, but it might not be enough as Sharp goes for tops.
12.
It doesn't work this time.
Martin, you require 16.
Does this. Double two.
14.
In no time
David,
at
you
all,
require
Martin
4.
Turner's had darts to win this match at 4 different doubles
Gabe Sharp.
and
the
loses the
match,
game
David Sharp.
courtesy of a last leg break from David Sharp. That one's going to sting the Yorkshireman for sure because average-wise he was the better player throughout. But there's one thing we're starting to learn about David. He can win different ways. His first game was a 4-1 win against Parry. He dominated that by winning 4 straight legs. And on this occasion, even though he had to survive 5 match darts, he can very much take a blow on the chin and win by 4 legs to 3.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McGeeney.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Ledlow!
Welcome back to Portsmouth. So far, so good today for our visitor from Scotland, David Sharp, who is undefeated in his first couple of games. But these two have been through some very interesting times over the last couple of hours. Kurt Parry has got off the mark with a 4-3 victory against Mark McGeeney. He may still be thinking, how on earth did I get through that game with a win? Well, Kevin Lankhuizen, who came into this week as a debutant and was top of the table after 6 rounds in Group A, found himself plummeting towards the end, and he's the only person who hasn't registered a win so
First
far
leg,
today.
it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
He doesn't have a winning record against Kurt this week either, so at this point, Matthew Edgar, are we looking at the
93.
deck being stacked against him?
We are, and I think we're at that point where maybe we're going to start to see an improved performance from Kurt Parry. Maybe not with the opening
66.
3 darts, saves it with the last. But when we look at his day so far, that win against McGeeney, it was a bit scrappy, it was a bit edgy, but he got over the line, he's got the win, he's got the points on the board, and he's now going up against a player he knows he's got the beating of as well over the last few days, which I think
123.
just going to give him that little bit of confidence here where we may start to see the performance line go up.
125.
Did you see his face just now when he hit a 1-2-3 score? He's getting tired of these visits that are 120 plus.
65.
And he could have had another
Kevin,
one
you
there.
require 158.
Don't get me wrong, 120 plus is a good score, but he's having one bad dart a visit.
60.
That's a little bit better than 125.
Kevin, you
A
require
perfectly
98.
timed maximum from Parry.
58. Kurt, you require 67.
If this goes, he will be elated. But that leaves 25. Double 12.
43. Kevin, you require 40.
Double 10. You just got the feeling with that right
Kurt, you
shoulder
require
engaged
24.
that he was going to miss that to the left.
And starting to get a little bit frustrated as well.
18. Kevin, you require
They're
10.
both doing the same thing.
Game shot on the first leg.
And
Kevin
Lankhuizen does
Lankhuizen.
take the lead. I'm going to get your thoughts on something. I recently
Second leg, it's Kurt to throw
saw
first.
a dart player.
Game
I'm
on.
not going to say who it was. But before they were playing a top-level match,
99.
I saw them in a bathroom washing their barrels. Your thoughts?
57.
Interesting. I mean, it's going to potentially pronounce the grip a little bit, isn't it? Because what you do tend to find is you get little things in the grooves, little bits of dirt
100.
and things over time. So mean, you are going to feel the grip. It's going to feel a bit sharper, but
134.
I don't think I can really be for or against it. I think if you're leaving it late to the
58.
point where you're washing your own hands quite late, I think that's a different kettle of fish, because obviously you're going to feel the grip very different in the hands.
59.
But yeah, I've not heard of that before, washing the barrels. That's new on me.
94.
You know what's going to happen now, don't you? Everyone's going to start trying it to see if it makes any difference. Well, you've got to understand the human body to understand
58.
what
Kurt, you require 150.
can be found in the grooves if you've got very, very aggressive grooves.
135.
Harry seems to be getting more in the groove here. But in your fingertips, which collect all manner of things day long,
80. Kurt, you require
that can be
15.
collected in the grooves.
Gabe shot on his second leg. Kurt Parry.
You don't want to wash that leg away. That was dominant.
Third leg. It's Kevin to the row
I
first.
have also seen somebody clean
Game
their
up.
darts in a jewellery cleaner. So putting them in a vessel and then starting the machine, and it almost washes the tungsten and all of the stuff in
26.
between. I think that's a bit severe.
I've actually made various
97.
pieces of content doing this sort of thing, where I put in different liquids, and you put in a bit of washing up liquid with a bit of water.
11.
Coca-Cola can tend to really get off, but the issue is a lot of these will also potentially damage what is now what people pay for.
100.
The way a dart looks, the paint that goes into it, because you can strip sections off.
Yeah, if you're using a dart like
81.
Kevin's, for instance, they don't have a coating on them. That's a natural tungsten colour, albeit they have been polished.
82.
If you've got an onyx coating in, say, bronze or gold or black, the last thing you want to do is wash them with any sort of chemicals.
100.
He's getting it right all of a sudden.
It's what we expected, wasn't it? As this game goes on, we'll start to see the best of Kurt Parry, who's now broke the 90
Kurt, you
average
require 42.
due to that maximum hit in the last visit.
10.
He needs a double that he can count on. He's trying to find it. It's not 12s, it's not tops, it's not 16. So what can he find as a comfort blanket at the end of legs?
125. Kurt, you require 32.
Maybe
Shot
that
on the
little
third
breather
leg.
helped him
Kurt
there.
Parry.
So now he's 2-1 up. And he could be joining David Sharp on 4 points.
Fourth leg, it's Kurt
If he
to
can
throw
keep this
first.
kind of form going, because
Game
there's a gulf between the averages.
140.
So appealing to watch when he gets it right. Already Kevin is hanging on by his fingertips.
140.
The experience that Kurt had at international pairs with Richie Burnett, I bet that was a ride and a half.
Yeah, because not only are you up
28.
there, but you're also up there trying to be the calm figurehead. I think in that situation, you'd probably just go, do you know what? If you can't beat them, join them.
108.
And you just go with it, and you just
He-
try and match the energy.
60.
I'm not sure I
Kurt,
could
you
do that.
require
Not with
81.
Richie. Look at this. When he
Yeah,
gets
shot
it
on the
right,
fourth
he is
leg.
just
Good pass.
amazing. I don't think we're going to get a better leg
Fifth
than that
leg,
this
it's
week.
Kevin to the
That's an
first.
11 darter.
Game on.
I sincerely hope we do get a better leg. But this is probably a source of
45.
frustration for Parry. He believes he can do this all the time.
134.
This average has been climbing
24.
like a Central European barometer.
140.
And this is the kind of darts
41.
that Kevin can't live with. We've not seen this kind of level from him. So when someone like Kurt is doing it against him,
140.
you fear the worst because it could be over in the last 2 legs in 22 darts.
We mentioned moments ago that Kurt just
You
broke the
require
90. He's now broke the
87.
100. Going through the gears. Doesn't need to go and chase down the bullseye.
47.
He's got plenty of time. Scoring power on a different level.
79.
He's not going to
You
finish in
require
22
40.
darts.
Game shot.
But he has
and the
finished
match.
it.
Kurt Parry.
In 25. What a spurt from Parry. One of his best performances of the week. In fact, he was the person who registered the first losing ton plus average of the week. But now, winning 2 of his first 3 games of Thursday has got him well on track. And look at the gulf in the averages. Over 30 points for that 4-1 victory for Parry.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the job
Yes!
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
One more game coming your way, and it will be our halfway point on Pluto TV for this session. But we do have more darts coming your way a little bit later on. Sharp by name, sharp by nature. And he is the person to catch if he keeps winning. Because he has been caught in the table by Kurt Parry, who now has 4 points in his points column. But his leg difference is not as good as Sharp, even though he's got this game in hand. So just give you an indication of what we've got coming up for you a little bit later on. Post Group C, we've got Lee Cox, the man who never has a hair out of place. He's up against the WDF World Champion Shane McGurk and Carl Wilson, the very dangerous man from East Sussex. And we will also have Sam Spivey and Scott Campbell for you in that 5-person group. That promises much. And in this game, if we're being fair, what we've seen from Sharp
108
might just be too much for Bridle. He might have to find something that he's never found before in order to take out this very dangerous Scotsman.
I think very dangerous has been a great way to describe him. He came here second favourite, came in with a bit of reputation, been doing a lot of winning, been doing some good stuff on the Challenge Tour. And he's playing better. He's stepping it up, and what a debut this could be. If he used to bet the perfect leg.
$140. David,
has anybody ever hit a 9-darter on debut? Not that I can recall.
57.
But it's still a brilliant start to the match. He doesn't strike me as the kind of player who would stare down the lens, give a massive celebration, or even
95. David,
try to create
84.
a social media moment. He is a straight down the line good player. But he has to hit the ball. And because he doesn't, he can lose the leg.
Joe, you require 85.
Playing it safe. And leaving the bull himself.
60. David, you require 25.
Two eights to take the lead. And that is a break of throw. What an eventful first leg that was.
Second leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
I'm always a little bit skeptical, Matt, when we get reports of somebody coming here and they say, oh, you got to watch out for this player. You look at some of their numbers and you think, okay, they've had some wins, but you never know what they're going to do when they go up the steps. I think we can safely say it 2.5 games in that David Sharp comes with reputation and it's pretty warranted.
Yeah, and you know, a lot of the times you can look into factors such as a player's technique for clues, and there was no real clues there with David Sharp that there was going to be something that was sustainable at a level that could see him do very well in the groups here at the Super Series. However, let's say early indications all looking extremely good. And dare I say it, that this is probably again an ideal game at a good time for him, because he's picked up a couple of wins already.
100.
So then your eye starts to move towards the table a little bit. You start to think of the position. And this is an ideal time now to try and get that hat-trick of wins. And then the table doesn't really matter. You don't get drawn into who's where, who's playing who.
60.
All the ins and outs. You're winning, you're on top.
It's not just the fact that he's winning. It's who he's beaten.
60.
If you look at the odds from the start of the show, Turner, Parry, and Sharp all occupied the top 3 spots. He has beaten the other 2.
57.
So maybe he's got 2 of the trickier games out the way with the victory.
138.
It wouldn't surprise me if we unearth another Scotsman here at the Modus Super Series. We've had so many success stories from north of the border over the last 3 or 4 years.
60. David, you require 52.
Champions like Willie Borland and Andy Bolton. Series champion of Jim McEwen. Who knows what could be next?
32.
Recent time Scott Campbell, who's going to be playing this evening. Recently played in Champions Week. We'll be looking to book another place there.
70.
I tell you what, Matt, it's going to be
David, you
warm in here in
require
mid-August.
20.
For many reasons.
Game shot on the
Maybe
second
because of the
leg. David
darts,
Sharp.
the fans, the climate, and you put them all together, that's going to make for one smoking hot
Third
evening.
leg, it's Joe to throw
And if
first.
you want to be at Champions
Game.
Night, you might want to be quick. Go to dartshop.tv. You can be in the audience here in Portsmouth. That is the night that sells out the
80.
quickest. Because everybody wants to see who is the winner at the end of the rainbow.
100.
You never know what you're watching. You never know if you're going to be watching something special, to be there on the development and the journey of... I think we know a couple of years ago when Luke Littler was here going back to
55.
back, I think we knew we was watching something special on that occasion. But you look at the likes now of people like Cam Crabtree, who have sort of gone onto the tour and producing good stuff.
28.
Wouldn't surprise me if we don't see him back at the Super Series for some time.
Or ever.
45.
Just really struggling now to find the height. He is gesturing to himself, Joe. He's trying to lift it. How does he do that, Matt?
Well,
60.
not down the road he's going, because what you tend to find is the frustration that is coming out doesn't tend to find better performance. It's very, very hard because you've got all these emotions going on. You've got this frustration, and then when you're sort of trying to channel it, it's very, very tricky.
100.
And the darts, as you say, just going low, struggling with height. Essentially, the best thing to do right now would just be to overpitch a few darts. Try and get that feeling, try
97.
and get that rotation. Because he's not going to feel confident enough now to find it in acceleration.
What Matt's trying to say is that the aim point can be changed. You don't necessarily want to change your technique because that's what's got you here.
61.
So you don't aim for the 60 anymore. You aim for an imaginary 60 over the top of it.
It used to be known as chalk line in the sort of Birmingham region, which was imagining
100.
the thickness of a piece of
Do you
chalk
require
line just
160?
drawn across the top of the treble.
Needs two of them. Gets them both.
140.
That close
David,
to the
you
biggest
require
finish of the week so far.
116.
Biggest one we've had today is 120. This is pretty similar.
96.
A very similar
David
result to what we've
requires
seen from
20.
Bridle just now. He's got to give this a go.
No score.
Always
David,
right
you
of target.
require 20.
And Sharp might show him where it is with a double break.
Game shot on the third leg. David
He's just a
Sharp.
bit more on song than most of the players in this group.
Fourth leg. It's David to throw
Self-assured
first.
would be, I think, the best way to describe
Game on.
David Sharp. He's come here, shown no signs of nerves, no signs of the occasion. He's just come here and going, I'm a good dart player. I'm just going to play good darts. I suppose the simplest way
125.
to approach a situation like this, we overcomplicate things at times.
Now here's a reference you're going to get, Mr. Edgar. Earlier in the week, when Scott Campbell was playing some good darts, I said, I believe in Scott Campbell.
100.
Do we believe in David Sharp?
Same country as well.
Indeed it is.
100.
We're going to have to get him to do that promo later in the week, aren't we? With one of our cameras, get him to turn around.
Be his green screen shoot.
58.
Hasn't got the right amount of syllables in his name, though, so we can't give him the song. He might be more of a Drew McIntyre kind of guy.
21.
Oh, that was flicky, wasn't it? Didn't want to throw that one. No surprise to see a couple of ghost throws, a couple of phantom throws there. Just trying to get that feeling back in the hand.
85.
Just looking at Joe's range of averages today. It is getting slightly better.
100.
But not to the degree that will beat David Sharp or Kurt Parry the way that they're playing right now.
No, it's significantly better, in fact, than what he was playing earlier on, but still where it is,
60.
you wouldn't expect to get
David,
too
you
many
require
points.
115.
6 starts from here, we would fancy Sharp to get the job done. Maybe even straight away.
95.
He's missed a second consecutive ton plus finish. But for the second leg running, he's going to get a shot at double 10. However, this time, it is to get the victory to go to 6 points.
60. David, you require 20.
Nobody sits on 6 points just yet. Now they do.
Shot and a match.
It's
David
another
Sharp.
sharp display from David. The averages today have been very, very eye-catching. But you get the feeling that he's got more in the tank. 87.5 in his first game. 90.8 in his second game. And another 87 there. And based on some of his opponents, that will be more than enough. And it was on this occasion for 4-0. Under the lights, in the heat of battle, it is now time for the end of round 3. And Gladiators know a thing or two about the heat of battle. But he's up against the man from York, who definitely has a bit of a vendetta against this stage after the way he played in his previous game. Average of 96.14, but it wasn't good enough to beat David Sharp. However, he did miss 5 match darts. So in this sport, which is individual most of the time, we have to take full responsibility for our shortcomings. So you can't dwell on that, Martin. You know that.
First
you beat around the block or two.
To throw first.
2 or 3 times.
Game on.
Now, the best way to make yourself feel even better is to take one out on Mark McGeeney, who has 2 points just like Turner. So one of these players, Matthew Edgar, is about to go to 4 with Kurt Parry.
97.
Yeah, and on the evidence of what we've seen today, you'd suggest this is quite an even game. Martin Turner will feel, as you mentioned, that he should have won both of his games so far. 5 match darts. That's quite a tough one to swallow, especially when it wasn't too long ago.
123.
But the best thing to get over a game in a moment like that is to get straight back on and get back to the hockey quickly. And maybe that's where the scheduling is going to help him out, because instead of sitting backstage for an hour and 15 minutes, he's pretty much straight back on.
That's one of the foibles of this place. You are going to lose games. If anything, if you are going to lose a game, the best time to do so might be your last game, if you've amassed a lot of points throughout the day. But if you do lose early, this is what makes it different to most tournaments that you will play.
129.
It's round robin of sorts. And you have to return to the hockey after defeat.
Hockey require 52.
Double top. He's looking pretty good today.
Mark McGeeney.
Mark McGeeney is going to be a factor in this group. The last time he was here,
Second leg.
he was in a group
to the row first.
with Jamie Owens, Rhys Robinson, Ted Everts, and Rhys Colley. That was a very difficult group. He had 1 win in 8 games. That was a very unfair reflection of how Mark played.
41.
Yes, the results business, isn't it? And, you know, we go back to that game once again with David Sharp for Martin Turner, average 96. Losing that game isn't exactly a reflection of how he played, but miss those moments, those key opportunities. You're always going to get chances. If you're going sort of above that 83 average, you're always going to get some form of an opportunity within the game. Whether it's a low ton checkout, a couple of darts at a double. Got to take those opportunities when they present themselves, or when you play the very, very best, as Shane Burgess once said, they just become 167s and 161s.
Martin, you require 138.
Nice bounce back here from Turner.
$98.
Exactly what the doctor ordered. Aside from the victory that he got in his first game today against Lankhuizen, his previous only victory in that Group B campaign in Series 10, McGeeney beat Rhys Colley with an average of nearly 95. That's what he had to do just to get points.
Game shot on his second leg.
He might need the same in this game. This has started really brightly.
Third leg, it's Mark to throw first. Game on.
We broke the story a little bit earlier on today that we are going to be hosting the Champion of Champions event in Seniors Darts here in just over 3 weeks' time. I'm sure these guys would love to be part of an event like that
45
in the future. Oh, Turner's played a fair bit of seniors darts.
83.
He's probably looking at people like Colin Osborne and Steve West now saying, you young bucks, you can stay the other side of 50, but now the age group is
81.
post 45, so there's a lot more young bucks trying to take those titles away from the likes of Turner.
85.
But then again, if you look at it the other way, you see Paul Lim still winning titles at the age of 71.
60.
If you look after yourself, there's no telling how old you'll be when you get more titles.
I know his best ever run in a world championship this year, didn't he? Reaching the final at Lakeside, losing out to Shane McGurk on that occasion, who will be here this evening.
140.
This looks so inviting, doesn't it, for McGeeney when that first start just sits under the wire there, and he's just used it well, just sitting the next two on top, really understanding this angle of entry and how to make it work for him.
Requires 75.
He doesn't even have to throw the second dart perfectly. He just has to catch the flight the right way for it to nestle over the top. He saves it. Double six.
Game shot on the
Beautiful
third
effort from
leg,
McGeeney.
Mark McGeeney. Fourth flag.
It
It's
seems a
Martin
lot
to
of
throw first.
relief, doesn't
Game
he, in the Mark McGeeney game? Whenever he's hitting something, when he takes out a finish like that, there's a big exhale of breath, a big puff of the cheeks.
60.
It's as if everything right now just feels a bit effort.
You'll probably know this better than I, but
100.
is McGeeney a closet wrestling fan?
He is, yeah.
Because he used to walk out to a song by Alter Bridge, which was the
45.
entry music of Adam Copeland.
Correct. Yep, he does like a bit of the old wrestling.
So he's looking to get quite a bit of
100.
money in the bank on Saturday night before there's an event called Money in the Bank.
Oh, I like that. I do like that. I came up with a couple of good
78.
wrestling concepts for darts matches. We could have the triple threat match. 3 players on the stage at once.
I am a big fan of that idea.
It'll make the advantage of throw really interesting, wouldn't it?
95.
Especially if you make it equal darts.
We've got the tag team match, where it's like pairs, but if you win, you stay on and the loser swaps with their partner, and it's mugs away.
I love it. Such a great idea.
30.
Tag team darts. That'd be a way to jazz up international pairs.
100.
Not that it needed much jazzing up in the first instance of it, because it was a wonderful week, won by the Dutch. Now, McGeeney wants to stay on the 60, but it's not an ideal angle.
98.
So he
Martin
decides
require 158.
to try plan B. This is plan A.
134.
They are jousting
Martin
now, but it could be
requires
McGeeney with a
78.
3-1 lead.
Similar sort of checkout to the one he's just taken.
58. Martin,
You
you
can see those
require
darts just
24.
gliding through the air. These ones are speeding through the air
Game shot on the
and
fourth
taking
leg,
Turner to
Martin
the
Turner.
equaliser.
Fifth leg, it's Mark to throw first. Game on.
What about a Survivor Series match?
4 on each side.
4 on each side. When you beat,
40.
you're out. So you number yourselves 1 to 4. 2 ones go up.
125.
The winner stays on. Number 2 comes up. If one wins again, number 3 comes up.
So it's a team format.
Team format.
So you could have,
100.
let's say, Team B and Team A. If the first member of Team A beats all 4, Team A win 4-0.
Yes. He's got 4 men standing. Be tactical? Do you put your best player in first? Do you save them to the end just in case?
140.
You and I have got a lot to talk about. And there may be a lot of people listening, getting some ideas here.
140.
The idea in this game is to get the 2 points.
Well, I know there's been a lot of listening going on to different concepts, shall we say.
108.
Listen to that from
Martin
Jack.
required 56.
What can Turner do in response?
Gabe on the
Absolutely
fifth flag, Martin
sensational. Not our first 11 darter of the day, but what a great time to get it to break the throw.
Sixth flag, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
That doesn't puff the chest out. I don't think anything will. We
45.
have had a post. I was going to say a tweet, but they don't do that anymore, do they? But we've had a response to your nickname suggestion for David Sharp from our good friend Darren Beveridge from north of the border. Hope you're well, Darren. He's not a fan of Mr. Bean.
Well, if there's anyone who understands
100.
nicknames, I would say it's Ice Cold Beverage himself. So I'm not going to argue with that one. But I do still think he's going to get home and someone's going to call him Mr. Bean.
Yeah, I can imagine him going for his morning coffee. And he says,
125.
Bean. He's not going to say that.
Was actually filmed here, wasn't it,
59.
Mr. Bean? In Chelsea.
Are you pulling my leg? You're saying that Mr. Bean
57.
was filmed in Portsmouth.
In Chelsea, yeah. Mind the baby, Mr. Bean.
Well, blow me down.
59.
Martin Turner is in firm control of this game as it stands, but that can change quickly.
58.
Very quickly. Is McGeeney just going to get the one win from 3 games?
44.
He is clinging
Martin,
on
you
here.
require 116.
Turner's not going to finish it off,
56. Mark, you require
but he's in a decent position to
152.
win if McGeeney doesn't find a haymaker. He might just do it.
136.
Just felt a
Martin,
tiny
you
bit
require
rushed
60.
on dart 3. It was a sensational effort. Turner's not settled.
50.
It's more
Mark, you
match
require
darts missed.
16.
He's missed 7 today. Double 2.
12.
He doesn't survive, but
Martin,
Turner
you
on 5s is
require
not
10.
a guarantee.
Eight.
And he wires double 2.
Mark, you require 4.
The missed darts are adding up, and they're all in a row. He needs to break this pattern. But he may not get any
It's on
more.
the
Mark
sixth
McGeeney
flag. Mark
survives. Missed opportunities from Martin Turner. He's got the advantage to throw back. And Martin Turner's mind, you'd
Seventh
forgive him
and final
if it
leg.
wanders
It's
right
Mark to
back to
throw
all those
first.
missed darts. Not in
Game
this game, but across his last 2.
Yeah, over the last couple of games that he's played, he's missed 11 match darts.
41.
So he could be sitting in the practice room right now with 6 points
95.
if he'd hit his match darts. In the next 2.5 minutes, he could be back in that practice room with 2.
83.
The pace picked up a little bit here from McGeeney.
Yeah, it feels that way, doesn't it? It's easy to get swept up into a game with Turner because he's very quick.
140.
That's bad news.
22.
He's done so well to keep himself in this game. But he might need Turner to miss more match starts to
55.
give him a chance.
Are we seeing here potentially the signs of a player who hasn't played this level for a while? Because you can get the reps in, you can play at that local level, you can play in the practice board, but it's this scenario where that sort of rust will show. When you're in a very 50-50 game where you've both been playing well, where you've both been having opportunities,
59.
and you get to that last leg shootout, he'd have been wanting to have a shot at a finish here after 12.
Turner hasn't had a big trouble in his last 2 visits. Opening the door for McGeeney.
135.
He bags 2
Martin
and leaves
require
himself on 120.
152.
Does it matter?
136.
No, they both missed that checkout
Marky
in this
require
game, and McGeeney
120.
had a 120 against Parry earlier. Can he see enough of that trouble? Evidently not.
100. Martin, you
4
require
points
16.
separate these 2 players after 15 minutes.
Game shot.
Eventually,
And the match.
Martin Turner
Turner.
does get over the line. He gets his own back on the outer ring because it's cost him a lot today. But that will be nothing more than relief. It was a really good performance in the end. I know the average is only 85, but they were having a proper dust-up in the middle of that match with some great legs, including that 11 from Martin. He wins by 4 legs to 3. That's what we're doing, and this is what's been happening. Because Lankhuizen, who is not having a great day today, did lose to a very good Kurt Parry at the start of our third round of play. Joe Bridle struggling against a very sharp David, pardon the pun, and McGeeney and Turner had a bit of a ding-dong. But now we have a look at the table to see where everybody lies after 3 rounds of play. David Sharp is having a very good debut day, winning 3 out of 3 and a very healthy leg difference to boot as well. But Martin Turner, with that victory against McGeeney, has jumped up the table considerably, with Kurt Parry in pursuit on 4 points and the bottom 3 needing to get moving before the end of the day. We've got 2 more rounds to go, and we're going to start with Parry against Bridle. They are the infamous steps. You go up there and into the exclusion zone, and then it's all up to you. And the way that Parry played in his previous game against Kevin Lankhuizen, he'd like to replicate that. Because based on what we've seen from Bridle today,
First leg, it's Kurt to throw first.
you would fancy that would be good
Game
enough.
on.
Did you see that then? That was a Scott Williams. And by Scott Williams, I mean the last 3 darts. Doesn't want to have the
58.
practice darts, just throws all 3 at the same time.
Are you a fan?
No.
Same.
Certainly when you're here on debut and you've lost your
6.
last couple of games and it's not quite gone the way you wanted it to. But maybe a sign of confidence. That's why Scott Williams does it. He's, I don't need the practice darts.
93.
I think sometimes when you have a production that has a very rigid amount of practice darts, say at the WDF Championship, you get 6 on the stage. PDC Majors, you get 9.
140.
Don't waste them.
140.
And also in the laws of the game, shall we say, the rules of darts, an illegal throw. Darts must be thrown singular in a deliberate overarm style
6.
and standing.
That is, of course, in the rules of
140.
able-bodied players. That doesn't count for people who play in disability darts because they have adjustable board heights and they can, of course, play in their assisted chairs if so.
100. Kurt, you require
if they wish
70.
so. Great dart. Great
Games on the
finish.
first leg.
Kurt Parry's on a heater.
Second leg, it's Joe to throw first. Game on.
If he gets going, he will finish in the top 2. But he's going to have to do it today and tomorrow. He's been really close to getting a title.
He.
It's not the first time we've seen a smile from Joseph Bridle, though.
6.
Just goes to show you should never take the 180s that you hit for granted. And that was his first on the stage. So maybe that's why he was smiling. Is he getting another one?
108. He.
Hang on a minute. There's something else he hasn't done on this stage.
60. Joe, you require 140.
He might get the key to the city if he holds this leg in his hands. Ah, the dream was alive, but then it was quashed.
27.
Back to normal. We've all been there.
85.
We've all been on a
Joe,
9, and then you have
114.
a pretty ordinary visit.
I just like the way he's battling the smile all the time. He's clearly enjoying himself, which is really good to see.
44.
He's probably got a level of adrenaline that he's never had before right now. Imagine what he was thinking when he's hit the 2
Joe, you
180s.
require
Oh my
70.
word, what am I going to do here? it can sometimes make you feel dizzy. It's how he manages that right now that will define him, because he's not safe in this leg. He's been scrappy since he set up 1-4-1 after 6.
30. $140. Joe, you require 40.
He's going to need these kind of legs if he's going to stay with Kurt. That's the dart he's been struggling with.
20.
And he may just lose this leg.
71.
Could have done it in 9. Might lose it after throwing twice as many.
51. Joe, you require 20.
I feel like that was a big dart there for Kurt Parry, not just in relation to going 2-0 up, but potentially issuing out a big psychological blow. Could still be on. One dart left to save the situation, not going to go.
Kurt, you require 20.
Kurt Parry would have written this leg off.
10.
May still have to do so.
Joe, you require 10.
It's all getting a little bit scrappy in a leg that teased us with perfection.
Oh, it's just in the single.
6. Kurt, you require 10.
Parry's got to put him away.
No score.
Well, this is definitely one of the most
Joe, you
mystifying
require
legs I've
4.
seen on this stage this year. And the averages in this game have taken a bit of a nosedive.
Two.
It's not there.
Kurt, you require 10.
Just a matter of minutes ago, he was thinking, this is going to be the leg I tell my grandkids about.
No score.
Now he doesn't want anybody to know
Joe,
about
you
it.
require 2. Game shot on the second leg.
Well, there you
Joe
go.
Bridle.
It's been won in 29, not 9.
Third leg. It's Kurt to throw first.
Parry can't believe he hasn't stolen that one away. And Joe can see the funny side of it.
60.
But now it's a case of how do you recover from that? For Kurt Parry, he'd have been expecting to have cashed in that situation. For Joe, he's just smiling away. He's happy with it. Great, I won the leg. I'm not going to worry about that too much. I'm playing here without expectation. I'm playing against the guy who was odds-on favourite to win this group.
93.
Last time Kurt was here, he did make the final of a weekend Series 10.
50.
It was week 5, so he's back here in a very similar time frame in the series. He lost out to Rhys Robinson that evening
140.
after beating Ted Everts in the semi-finals. He actually lost to Rhys Robinson twice that night after beating David Wazuski
55.
in the first game of that Saturday night, because that week he did win Group A. He won it with 22 points, beating Ted Everts on leg difference. So he knows a thing or two about winning a group by a tight margin. And based on what we're seeing so far, he might have to go through that experience again with this bunch.
45. Okay, you require 83.
Just doesn't seem to do anything the comfortable or easy way, was what we suggested earlier on, and I think more evidence of that. Certainly, just in this game alone.
43.
Showing a bit of frustration and almost talking to the dartboard. The dartboard is never to blame. It just receives what you give it.
57. Okay, you require 40. Game shot on the third
That's a
leg.
nice bounce
Good
back. A
parry.
nice steady leg from Parry to retake that lead in 11 fewer darts than the
Full
previous
flag,
leg.
It's Joe to throw first. Game on.
You know how they really amp up the expectation
30.
for an exciting young player, no matter where you're from. There are no guarantees of success, right? You talk about Justin Smith.
130, sir.
He's won here before, and there are so many people who are massive fans of Justin. He's got so much talent. It's the same with Kurt. You could put those two together,
41.
put them in camp for about 2 months, and all they do is just focus on how they move forward with their darts, and they would probably come out better.
135.
But there's never any guarantee that success will be gained in the future. Darts is difficult to do over the long term.
Yeah, there's not many people who have longevity really within the sport, is there? A lot of people have very short careers that comes from very rapid acceleration and then
140.
sort of fall off the other side just as quick. See a lot of players go flying past you one direction and then back the other way a few years later. And part of that probably goes down to the ranking system as well, in how it works, in
81.
the fact you've got all that
So you
gain
require
very early
89.
and then it all comes off in a very short period of time.
49.
It's almost hard to believe that Joe Bridle wasn't a 9-darter in this game, considering his numbers.
100.
But he was.
Kurt, you require 40.
Parry's getting better.
Game shot on the
That's a
fourth leg.
13-darter.
Good parry. Fifth leg, it's Kurt to throw first.
I am a really, really big admirer of Kurt Parry, but what he just did to the board there, that's semi-not allowed. It's almost frowned upon.
108.
Where you stab the board post-visit. You're not supposed to do that. But he's a lovely chap, and we're going to forgive him, and I'm sure he won't do it again. But I think, if my memory serves me rightly, when Vincent van der Voort was at Lakeside once, he was cited for that by the referee on stage. Because the referee is in charge
45.
on the stage. Jack is in charge.
Well,
45.
back-to-back 45s there, but two completely different ways. The first one was one of the most frustrating ways. 3 treble 5s right down the wire.
100.
That a much more conventional 45, but you feel the damage is done here, and Kurt Parry is just going to stroll towards the finishing line.
This might be one of the most eventful 85 averages I've ever seen.
60.
And he might just finish it off with another 13-darter. He could realistically finish this game 4 legs to 1 with back-to-back 13-darters and still only
26.
average
Kurt, you require
88.
40. Game shot and the match.
And there you have it.
Kurt Parry.
He has won by 4 legs to 1. What a journey that was. Joe Bridle was on a 9-darter. He ended up taking the leg in 29 darts. Kurt Parry won the last 2 legs in 3 fewer. Incredible stuff. Parry wins by 4 legs to 1, and that will take him to 6 points in the table with David Sharp, who you'll have to wait to see because it's Turner and Lankhuizen next.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McGeeney.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
A very eventful previous game where we could have had a 9-darter and we ended up having a 4-1 victory for Kurt Parry against the person who could have had said 9-darter. But now we move on to our final third of action. And Martin Turner, who did complete the game against Mark McGeeney in the last 25 minutes or so, will return to the hockey to try and make Kevin Lankhuizen feel even more miserable. Because he's had 3 games today and 3 defeats. His slide down tables has continued since the middle
First
of
leg,
Tuesday.
it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
If he does not arrest this slide sometime soon, his participation in Saturday, it just won't be the case.
134.
Well, if patterns and trends continue, you've got to look at the performance of Martin Turner over the last couple of games. Just the back end, when he's been looking at winning the matches, there's just been a little bit of a pause, a little bit of a delay in crossing the line, but everything else has been exceptional over the last couple of games for Martin Turner.
55.
Seems to be growing into this, seems to be growing in confidence, and when he's a confident player, we've seen what he can do.
82.
He is someone who doubts himself at times, and you can see when that does come into play, but no evidence of that over the last hour or so.
41.
Kevin actually has a winning record against Martin this week. Beat him 4-2 on Monday and 4-3 on Tuesday.
36.
But yesterday, when Kevin was starting to slide down the table, Martin figured it out by getting a 4-1 win.
120.
If he can keep that trend moving, his table is going to be looking pretty rosy. A win against Kevin here would join Parry and Sharp on 6 points.
Martin, you require 151.
Sharp's got a game in hand. I feel like I've said that a lot today.
41. 132. Martin,
Answers
you
on a
require
postcard.
110.
1 bad dart, 2 belters. And he left to finish.
54. Kevin, you require
It's
164.
the plan all along.
He's picking off all the trebles
49.
here.
Martin, you
And they're all
require
red.
56.
Unlike his flight. Double top. That's red.
Game shot on the
And
first
that's
leg, Martin Turner. Second leg,
What
it's
was the
Kevin to
section
throw
at the top of the
first.
board
Game on.
in Bullseye? Which subject was it? Right at the top. Was it faces?
59.
I don't know. My first reaction was books, but I don't even know if that was a
43.
category.
Yeah, I think it was. Books was in the double 7 position.
85.
Faces was in the 20 position. You had spelling, Britain, words,
135.
places, sport, and affairs.
95.
What was your specialised subject on the Bullseye board?
None of them. Darts. The dart side. Not very good at me general knowledge. Is returning again, isn't it? Bullseye for a new series?
Yeah, apparently it is. Be interested to see
98.
the celebrity dart player that goes on and tries to get the bronze bully, which apparently
59.
someone's got it.
164.
It's been housed in studios all these years. It'll be worth quite a few quid now.
124.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind that in my collection.
Martin, you
I do
require
have a crystal from the
164.
Crystal Maze.
Really? Did you win it?
No. Bought it.
60. Kevin, you require 40.
Double top.
Game shot on the
Nothing
second
wrong with
leg,
that
Kevin
leg.
Lankhuizen.
16 darter. He's left himself 164 twice.
Third leg, it's Martin.
But when he
to
had
throw
it in
first.
the
Game
second leg of this contest, he took it out in 4 darts.
100.
I used to play county darts with a guy who was on Bullseye. And in the round where they had the subjects, he hit the bullseye 3 times.
58.
Did you win the speedboat?
He won everything. They got everything.
100.
The prize board, the jackpot. They did brilliantly.
So a speedboat and 23 quid. And a Walkman.
81.
I wonder what the worst prize was that they offered.
41.
I do believe the star prize once was a shopping trip to C&A. Don't even have that shop in this country anymore. They do in
41.
Germany.
Star prize, a pick and mix from Woolworths.
100.
I wonder if Martin knows anybody who's been on Bullseye. I can imagine he would.
140.
That was a much better
Martin,
visit
you
there from
require
Lankhuizen. There was no
160.
massive effort from the right shoulder. He threw it with ease. A bit more of that.
100.
Might just get him back into this game.
$114.
Well,
Martin,
he
you
shouldn't have been
require
going there in the
60.
first place.
$40.
Well, he's got 67 left. He
requires
should have been
67.
looking at 50 or better. Where have we seen this today already? We saw it from Kurt Parry
Kevin Lankhuizen.
and another choked up, unconventional finish for Kevin Lankhuizen.
Fourth flag. It's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
I think Martin Turner's look just told you everything there, didn't he? Look at him as if to say, what is going on here?
57.
Sometimes you play players and it's best off not watching what they do.
57.
You can get caught up in Why did you leave that number? Why did you go for that treble 19 instead of thinking about your own game?
You also get into that
60.
habit, don't you, of when they've missed by a mile and hit the tyre and you think, I'm all right, and then they hit it next dart. Every dart is individual.
58.
Goes back to that roulette analogy, doesn't it? That just because it's been 10 reds doesn't mean it's going to be black on the next one. It's still the same odds on the next spin.
78.
Yeah, that's where it differs from Russian roulette. You want to talk about game theory and probabilities and
140.
percentages? 2 spins of a roulette wheel can yield the same result.
42.
Well, let's put it in real terms then. 6 spins of a roulette wheel can give you the same result. 6 shots of a gun in
43.
Russian roulette can't. What comes next? You have to survey
45.
the way things are. Just because you've had a bad visit doesn't mean the next one will be. So this game is more like roulette
83.
than Russian roulette.
So you're saying Russian roulette is essentially the Survivor series of roulette?
Pretty much.
49. Martin, you require 120.
Triple lipstick?
110.
He didn't get the
Kevin, you
powder and
require
paint.
170.
How funny would it have been if Lankhuizen had hit the 260s and laid up?
48. Martin, you require 10.
I would not have been surprised to see him do it.
Game shot on the 4 flag. Martin
It's
turn.
2-2. Another perplexing game right here. Oh, by the way, the guy who was famous for laying up at
Fifth flag,
170
it's
after
Martin
whipping
to
up
the
the
right
crowd,
first.
Dave
Game on.
Pallett, he was a winner on the WDF circuit over the weekend in Switzerland. Many congratulations to Dave.
140.
Great venue, great event. I spent a bit of time last year on the WDF circuit. All the events are individual. They're
81.
run by the host nations and organisations. Some of them are good, some of them aren't. Say what you see. But Switzerland was probably the best.
45.
Did you just have a Roy Walker moment?
Is it catchphrase?
Yeah,
wasn't it?
say what you see. What was the best one?
I think Switzerland's got to be right up there with the best.
108.
The worst was a tiny venue where there wasn't enough seating inside, so you couldn't go in the venue unless you was playing. So it was just
140.
enough space for boards. So we had to sit outside, and then it was a thunderstorm outside. So we were sitting outside in the rain, in a thunderstorm. There was no practice boards, so people were throwing darts at
6.
trees. All true, all true. Got
Is
video.
that the one in
footage.
Hungary next to the lake?
It is, yes, that's the one.
See, I pay
84.
attention. I watch your social media feed. Lake Balaton.
That's it, yeah. Great place. One of my favourite places I've been to
100. Martin, you
until I
require
wanted to play
92.
darts.
Yes, come to Lake Balaton. Throw darts at trees. Don't throw at the tree, Martin. Throw at the double 16.
76.
He might find
Kevin,
himself
you require
behind now.
80.
I'm not going to speculate how he's going to go for this.
$60. Martin, you
I
require
think he was going for
16.
tops.
Game shot on the 5th flag. Martin Turner.
There's still a chance here that Martin Turner could be top of the table by the end of the day. You'd need a
Fifth
favour or
flag, it's
two
Kevin to the row first. Game on.
from someone like Mark McGeeney. Or indeed Lankhuizen in the last game, because he
43.
takes on Sharp in game 15.
$60. $96.
Is this a must-win game for Kevin?
If he's got desires of getting himself through to Saturday night,
134.
absolutely it is. not picked up a victory. He's had 2 heavy defeats now by scores of 4-1. That to Mark
108.
McGeeney and to Kurt Parry. So
He
time really is starting to run out.
Not every Belgian debutant makes
99.
Saturday night the first time they're here. Brian Roman didn't. Neither did Philip van Gassa or Kevin Blommer.
56.
I've seen many a Belgian player in this building.
134.
Advantage
Kevin
Turner.
Uruguay, 126.
If this isn't found,
23. Martin
that has not
Uruguay,
worked out well.
74.
Turner can pounce. Trusty Tops with a marker
Game shot
and skids
the
it in
match,
beautifully.
Martin Turner.
What a great shot to get his second win against Kevin Lankhuizen this week. He's won the last 2, and he's won his last 2 today to take himself onto 6 points and a very healthy leg difference of +4, which is exactly the same as Kurt Parry. We've only got one more game to go in this round, and it is David Sharp against Mark McGeeney. There are people hanging on in this group like Alan Rickman to the Nakatomi Tower in Die Hard. I bet you didn't expect that line today. Well, Mark McGeeney has got 2 points. He is clinging on at this point in time, but he's not in the same position as Kevin Lankhuizen, who has lost 4 out of 4 now. And with Turner, Sharp and Parry all on 6 points, they are in charge of this group so far. Mark McGeeney could do with these 2 points. If he can find them, he'll be only 2 points behind the top 3 going into the final round of Thursday.
Game on.
But the question is, can anybody stop David Sharp today? He's been very, very useful.
He's been the performer of the day so far, hasn't he, David Sharp? Not just because he's been getting the wins, but
81.
the consistency. Good on his checkouts. 4 from 5, 4 from 11, 4 from 10. Averages of 87, 90, 87. It's been good, it's been solid, it's been replicated. For Mark McGeeney, he'll probably be on 2 points now and maybe feeling a little harshly treated. The 2 games he's lost to Martin Turner and Kurt Parry have both been by
45.
scorelines of 4 legs to 3. So even though he's been losing the last couple of rounds, he's been going down with a fight.
Just to embellish that point as well,
45.
his current leg difference is +1. And this is round 4.
Well, he's got a +1 leg difference
95.
despite the fact he's won 1 of 3 matches.
Win big, lose tight. That's what he's done, but he does need more points by the end of the day.
134.
Because there are too many people who have got more than him. I know that's a very simplistic way of looking at it, but that's the truth.
45.
Sometimes, though, when you go
Mark,
into a game like
required
this where you're playing
142.
someone who's been playing well, just focuses the mind a little bit, and we can see that sort of steely, focused aggression across the face of Mark McGeeney here.
120.
Interesting play call there. What if he'd left 11?
140.
Maybe he likes double 11.
Mark, required 22.
We're about to find out. Well,
David, you require
the call on
95.
142 was questionable because leaving odd number doubles is not the right thing to do more often than not. 74 left for Sharp.
55.
He can't
Mark, you require 4.
compound the mistakes of McGeeney in not taking this leg already. It's not in the way.
2. David, you
But
require
now David might be
40.
in his way.
They're coming in clusters, aren't they, these misses for McGeeney?
Gabe shot on the first leg.
He's
David
finishing
Sharp.
so well.
Yeah, he punished there, Mark McGeeney.
Second
David
leg. It's
Sharp.
Mark to throw
The
first.
doubles, as you mentioned,
Game
been
on.
strong throughout the day. Every opportunity you feel he's taking. The missed darts that David Sharp has had have tended to be non-effective to the leg. They've been where he's got it second or third dart in hand.
58.
I can't recall a time today where David Sharp's come to the board and not taking it out where the opponent's then gone and stole the leg.
46.
His doubles numbers for the day, 13 from 27. Very close to 50%.
Aren't you supposed to be nervous on debut and all that?
Oh, Luke Littler came here. He took the rule book and he just burnt it. Now people just turn up and smash.
Martin Lukeman.
68.
Henry Deacon was saying to me yesterday that his home economics class at school, they used to
140.
teach them how to make instant mashed potatoes. Absolutely abhorrent behaviour
100.
from whoever made that curriculum up. Just proving that if you want shortcuts in life, you're not exactly going to get quality all the time, are you?
134.
Sometimes you've just got to go with the recipe and do things the right way.
I'm surprised the school Henry went to didn't have its own farm, that they grew their own potatoes and brought them in.
140.
peeled them and mashed
Marking
them.
required 69.
Yeah, I can imagine him going to a school that had blazers and badgers and rowing teams.
22. David, you require
love you really, Henry.
147.
But we like 147 finishes more. He's picked that off well, and McGeeney's not going to be feeling 100% confident on this. At least it's an even number.
15.
A lot
David,
closer than some of his
16.
efforts earlier in the match, but Sharp, remember, he's almost 50% for the day.
Gabe shot on the second leg. David
Well, we
Sharp.
did warn you. He was 50% in that visit, and now he's 2-0 up.
Third leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
He does not remind me of any dart player. He's got a style that's all his own. He's got a look that's all his own.
100.
If he keeps going, maybe in 17 years he'll look like Andreas Harrison. That's how long it'll take to grow that beard.
85.
I just can't think of another player who's stood in this fashion. Certainly not up to the professional level. You see it sort of on the
125.
amateur circuits, you see it in your local, but not on like an international platform like this, where someone's managed to get to this stage and performing on this stage with the double-toe the hockey approach.
121.
It does, at this stage, look like he can pop in an 87 average at will, which can do an awful lot of damage here. Just look at Mike Warburton. That's what he does.
100.
He does have a look like, though. Does David Sharp. Looks like Terry Tibbs. Remember him? Talk to me.
135.
He's not going to like it when he goes back home with all these different nicknames we've given him.
140.
He's been called Mr. Bean, Terry
Marking
Tibbs.
require 160.
He might get a hat-trick of nicknames, but a hat-trick of legs in this one would put him firmly in the chairman's
40.
chair.
David, you require 36.
Just checking his position.
Gabe shot on the third
And he's 50%
leg. David
again.
Sharp.
He's actually better than 50% in this match. Exactly
Fourth leg, it's
50
Mark to
darts
throw first.
for the first three
Game on.
legs.
Are we now, though, starting to get a little bit more information into where Mark McGeeney is when playing at this sort of standard?
100.
Because when you look at his averages throughout the day, it's been solid, it's been stable, but it's very one-paced. 82, 83, 83,
42.
and that's where he's been for the majority of this game as well.
Yeah, with averages like that, you do leave yourself exposed a little bit because you're at the back end of throwing 6 visits all the time,
45.
aren't you? You need to be kicking closer to 17 and 16 darts on average.
Well, then it makes you more liable to be getting that 5-visit leg where, at the
44.
moment, with what David Sharp's been posting, you don't fancy McGeeney to land those 2 breaks a throw that he's going to need to get back in this.
60.
Well, how was that not landed in the 60? My word. When the chips are down, somebody rivers you.
100.
Now, what's he going to do from 3-1-5, Matt? Because if you want to leave a finish here, a lot of people believe that going bull first is the right thing to do.
140.
Especially with McGeeney on 156. The magic number is 145. And I like what I see. Oh, I love it. I absolutely
170.
adore it.
Mark, you
That
require
guy's switched on.
156.
Now I believe the hype.
You believe in Dave Sharpie?
140.
Did you just call him Sharpie?
David, you require 145.
It fit in with the Joe Hendry, you see.
I've got that in my head now. Thanks, Matt.
57. Mark, you require 16.
2 8s to keep this one alive.
Game shot.
He gets a double, and this game is still here. You just got the feeling that if Sharp was getting a look at 88,
It's David to throw
that could have been
first.
curtains.
Game on.
But before execution comes intent. And when we see somebody do
135.
exactly the right thing, it's encouraging. I'm not going to say that everybody at this
60.
level does everything right, because they don't.
$55.
311 is not one of those numbers. Like 315. You're just looking for a massive treble-filled visit.
97.
Especially when you've got the throw. Win this leg, 8 points. Leg difference, plus 11. 7 legs
96.
better off than Turner and Parry, and 2 points better off. Needs the lot. Boy, did he get them.
108.
What a 180 that is.
Didn't look like there was any room to the left-hand side. Tightly packed it in, and this is where he's showing that real fighting grit, that determination,
91.
and that experience as well. He'll know that
164.
David Sharp has not been in this position before, where a win here would put him in a very strong position for qualification.
60.
Every win
David,
that
you
David
require
Sharp gets, that will
124.
become more and more intense.
And he's got Kevin Lankhuizen last today. Bullseye.
99.
Doesn't get
Mark,
much closer
you
than
require
that.
104.
Does he want a 10 or an 18?
72.
You know what he wanted there, and he
David, you
knows
require
the way that
25.
Sharp has been finishing, that this is probably it. Is McGeeney staying on 2 points?
9. Mark, you require
Press pause on
32.
that thought.
Game shot on the fifth
Keep your
leg.
finger
Mark
down.
McGeeney.
It's now 3-2.
And I agree.
Sixth
On
flag,
the evidence
it's
of what
Mark
we've seen
to
so
go
far,
first.
you'd have expected that 25 to
Game
have
on.
gone. But we go back to the point I made towards the end of that leg, that is the intensity starting to rise now for David Sharp, as what looks like it could be a fantastic day really comes into
140.
sight. And not just that, an opportunity to put himself through to Saturday. Now, he can't obviously mathematically do so, but he could leave very little work to do
100.
tomorrow.
He also finds himself in a new position here where he's playing a leg
36.
after he's missed a match shot. He missed the bull, he missed double 8 twice, so 3 darts have come and gone. So how does he handle that little
51.
portion of adversity? He has somewhat fortuitously left 350, which you can't leave a finish from,
108.
and that's exactly what you need to get it.
He
Question not too long ago, the nature of Mark McGeeney's game today being quite
60.
one-paced, and
Mark,
can
you
he
require
find that spurt?
145.
Since then, He's put about 8 points on his average.
He's playing rather well. He's checking with the referee as to what he's got left.
85.
He'll know from the screen to the left of the dartboard what he's left to take this match all the way, which, quite frankly, did not seem likely
60. Mark, you
as little as
require
2.5
60.
minutes ago.
Game's
All the
on
way we
sick
go
flag.
then.
Mark McGeeney.
So maybe David Sharp won't win his 4th consecutive game on debut.
Seven
at least
from
he's got the
final
throw.
leg. It's David to throw
But this
first.
is a very strange
Game on.
situation. He was 3-0 up. Now this is a one-leg shootout.
Mark McGeeney has been in this position, hasn't he, already a couple of times to date? Been unable to get over the line. When you look up in that
40.
situation and you see those couple of trebles in the board, you can just panic, you can just push, you can just force. And is that what we're seeing there from McGeeney? Certainly that look right now is a look of resignation.
108.
Anybody who's watching this live on Pluto TV is saying to themselves, my look is one of admiration.
81.
He's been pegged back. And he starts this last leg decider with 5 trebles from 6 darts.
$105.
Brilliant. That's all he can say.
And there's not much McGeeney could do about this, really. You just got to try and keep tight order and hope that mistakes come.
100.
Sharp has missed
David,
a
you
couple of match
require
darts
76.
already, but you feel he's going to get plenty more.
He gets another one.
60.
He will have to wait for more. But there will be more. Missed the bull. 8 twice. Now 16 once.
100.
On a positive
David, you
note,
require 16.
now he gets a chance to get his own back on 8.
$8.
He takes a breather, and there are more misses for the match. He might not be feeling too confident about this all of a sudden.
David, you require 8.
This could have been over so many times. Last chance.
No score. Mark,
Double
you require
digits
120.
to win the match. Is McGeeney about to wear black and white and steal the loot? Oh no,
No
not
score.
that!
David, you require 8.
Earlier in the day, he had a 120 checkout with a very fortuitous single. This time, it was too low.
Game shot.
And
match.
David Sharp gets
David
across
Sharp.
the line with a dramatic ending. That's one of those moments that we will look back on at the end of the week. What a turning point that could have been. It could have been David Sharp staying on 6 points with McGeeney going to 4. But Sharp survives, and with his 11th match dart, he gets across the line by 4 legs to 3 after that puzzling 120 bust from Mark McGeeney.
Charlie McGuire, 164. 44. 50. 32. Charlie, you require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie, you
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie, you
approaching the
require
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that
Charlie,
situation there, George
require
Gay wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie,
Threw
you
the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And after the previous game, I think we all needed to take a breath, a collective one, because it was a bit of a roller coaster ride with a 3-0 lead for Sharp. Then it was 3-3. Sharp missed 10 match darts, and then McGeeney busts 120 with 2 darts. What more could you possibly want from a game of darts? Well, maybe we'll get a little bit more in this game. It is the 4th installment of the Parry-Turner rivalry this week. And it will stipulate
First leg,
who
it's
goes to
Martin
8
to the
points
first.
overnight.
Game on.
David Sharp is already there, and he'll have a chance to have a perfect Thursday when he takes on Kevin Lankhuizen in Game 15. But before then,
96.
we've got this game and McGeeney versus Bridle. One of our commentary colleagues in this industry, Matt
60.
Edgar, he says there's nothing better than funny darts. I'm not sure the last leg that we saw on this stage was funny, but it was getting pretty close to
40.
comical at one point.
It was different, wasn't it? I mean, David Sharp looked like he was going to have it wrapped up very early there, and McGeeney
44.
ended up carrying into a bust shot. I mean, we don't see that too often. I think I can recall a couple of 180s that have been bust. Damon Hetcher on the European Tour.
140.
That were dive and boulder at the World Championship. I think Steve Farmer did it as well at the Worlds.
100.
Every time we mention that, everybody does the same thing. We do the old trucker thing.
Honky horn lorries.
That's it.
125.
He was a seriously good player, Steve Farmer.
140.
It's a
Martin,
seriously
you
good
require
shot, but
100.
Turner's in a better position.
60. Kurt, you require 157.
Yes. No.
97. Martin, you require
Just like
40.
that. It's a chance for Turner to take the lead.
Game shot on the
He
first
rescues
leg.
the situation with dart 3. One thing's for sure. He was never in the
Second
frame in
leg,
Group
it's
A.
Kurt to throw first. Game on.
He is very much part of the party here, isn't he?
140.
They both are, come what may. The worst possible position
58.
that you can have if your turner or parry is being 2 points behind the person you play next.
6.
I can think of worse situations to be in come Friday afternoon.
I suppose this is not the ideal game for either of these, though, because this will be their first game tomorrow when the fixtures flip and reverse, and that could get quite interesting. Certainly if someone gets the double up on the head-to-head.
59. Kurt, you require 121.
Parry finds this, it would be the ultimate reply to the last leg. Never even entertained
65.
it. It was all about the approach effort.
$100. Kurt, you require 56. $36.
Oh no, there could be
Martin, you
trouble ahead
require
now.
104.
How many times has Kurt Parry done that this week? Where he's offered a free hit
48.
to his opponent.
Kurt, you require
It can't continue.
Game shot
and
on
it
the
doesn't.
second leg. Kurt Parry. Third leg, it's Martin to throw first.
Just having a look at the
Game on.
180s for the day. In a curious twist of fate, more than double
43.
the 180s have been hit against the throw today than the players who have thrown first in the match.
60.
It's not like the people who haven't had the darts haven't been on the attack, that's for sure. But of the 12 games that have been
43.
completed, six have been won
47.
against the throw.
$43.
I wouldn't be surprised if these guys are feeling a little bit flat. This is their 20th game of the week. You know how that
41.
feels, Matt. You get to the end of Thursday and it's a new time slot for them this week as well. This is the latest they've played this week.
134.
This is where you've just got to summon up your reserves and hope that it's enough.
100.
Yeah, this is a time of week where you almost start reducing the practice a little bit as well, and you rely on the amount of games, because the amount of games that you're playing, you sort of only
48.
need that hour and a half at the start of the day, and then you're in.
And just to embellish that point, I was watching an interview earlier in the week with Geddeman
87.
Price, and he's confirmed what a lot of these top players do during the Premier League season. They don't practice.
174.
They just use the tournaments that they play in as the practice that they need to stay sharp.
135. Martin,
The
you
last
require
effort from Turner was
16.
pretty sharp. It was a 174.
Game
And
shot
there
on
is
the
an end
third leg.
product
Martin
as well
Turner.
for a 2-1 lead.
Fourth flag, it's Kurt to throw first. Game on. $100.
I wonder if the World Match Play this year is going to get a Welsh winner. Or even
100.
the World Cup. Can they upset the odds in beating Team Luke?
100.
There's a lot of people who think it's already a done deal, don't they, in regards to the World Cup?
60.
I've seen England teams in the past fail. 2010.
60.
England was Phil Taylor and James Wade. Spain beat them. Carlos Rodriguez, Tony Alcinas.
84.
They hit them into the ground. And that first ever PDC World Cup didn't have England in it for 95% of the time.
45.
There's no such thing as a guarantee in darts. That's why you've got to keep working hard.
59.
That includes everybody in this table. Yeah,
94.
good switch there from Kurt. Very intelligent. Knowing that the 60 was covered by about 45 grams of tungsten.
96. Kurt, you require 102.
Oh, not that. That puts pay to any chance of winning this leg at that turn.
42.
That annoys every
Martin, you
dart player on the
require
planet.
102.
What would annoy him more would have been Martin Turner taking it out.
54. Kurt, you require 60.
It's out the way, that one. Doesn't have to dodge it.
40.
But he doesn't get it,
Martin,
and
you
Turner can
require
stretch his
48.
legs. Of course he's going to leave tops.
Game shot
But
on
it's
the
not
fourth
tops that
leg.
gives him the
Martin
3-1
Turner.
lead. It's the little cousin to the right-hand side and down the board.
Fifth leg. It's Martin to throw first.
Martin Turner has
Game on.
not beaten Kurt Parry this week. Kurt has had his number. Beaten him 4-2 on Monday and 4-3 in the
85.
subsequent 2 days after that. They do not matter anymore.
100.
Maybe the most important result between these two will be tomorrow's.
6.
Just got a question though, if Kurt Parry at times is getting a bit too emotionally invested. You can see when
85.
things are going wrong and when Martin's hitting, it's almost like the blows landing.
42.
Yeah, when a player hits something against you, it's not personal. At least 99% of the time it isn't. Because there will be some games that are
140.
littered with a little bit of something from off the ocky. But Martin doing it against anyone, it's just because he wants to win the game. It's not because he wants to
60.
specifically beat you. He wants to win every game. It's the same for every player. If you start taking
60.
it personally, that's a weak mindset. We love Kevin Payne to pieces, but he would take you hitting a 180 against
Kurt,
him
you require
personally.
116. 60.
That's okay as long as he takes it out next time. He's looking to do what McGeeney's just done against Turner. Sorry, against Sharp.
43. Kurt, you require 56.
He
Game
doesn't
shot
run
on
the
the
risk
fifth leg,
of
Kurt
losing
Parry.
at the next visit. He takes us to leg 6. 10 minutes for 5
Sixth
legs.
leg, it's Kurt to throw first.
This
Game
one's going to be over in either 12 minutes or 14. Because they're averaging 2 minutes a leg.
59.
And that's quick.
And the pace of the game can really help as well, can't it? And the
85.
fact that none of these are really rapid, but they're not deliberate, it's probably a nice pace. You see Martin Turner getting to the back of the stage there. 2 darts already
96.
thrown by Kurt Parry. He'll feel that's a nice rhythm and a nice pace. Same sort of pace as well there. 2 darts thrown. Kurt Parry gets to the back of the stage, but he won't like what he sees in front of him.
140.
We can say what we like, Matt. We will hammer it for months and months and months, but you can't leave 3, 4, 6. If it's by accident, fair enough. But if you're going for a route that's going to leave an obscure number like that, can't
Martin,
yield
you
a finish
require
after a maximum.
96.
We can't be sympathetic. Martin is not sympathetic. He was
80.
almost the winner.
Kurt, you require 106.
Chalk that one up to 1 match start, missed. He will get more.
98. Martin, you require
He does not want to mess
16.
around like he did a little bit earlier.
Game shot,
And he doesn't
the
mess
match,
around.
Martin Turner.
So going into Friday, Martin Turner will lead Kurt Parry by 2 points. Parry's going to stay on 6. It's been an okay day, but then again, the last 4 days now have been okay, and he's been losing too many games where he's had the superior numbers. He wins by 4 legs to 2, does Martin Turner. In our previous game, it was a shootout to see who would finish on 8 points at the end of the day. This is a shootout of sorts as well, because the winner of this one will finish on 4 points. And considering the fact that David Sharp is already on 8 points, Kurt Parry's on 6, and Martin Turner has joined the Scotsman on 8, you get the feeling that this game
First
right
leg,
here
it's Mark to throw
is a
first.
must-win for both players
Game on.
to stay in the reckoning. Now, in the past, we have seen people progress having 2 points overnight. But it's really unlikely.
140.
Having 4 points overnight, if you can have a really good Friday, then that is something that we can get behind. But 2 points, not looking good, Matt.
140.
No, not at all. So, like you say, must win for the pair here. And it still means they're on course for what I always say, get the 7 wins. That is still possible. The 14 points. Try not to read the
60.
table. Just aim for those 7 wins, and that would be the advice you'd give both of these in this scenario. Mark McGeeney been really knocking on the door, hasn't he? Lost his last 3 games, but lost them all by scores of 4 legs to 3. That will be something that, when he gets back to his accommodation in a couple of hours' time, we'll probably review and go, if I could just run one of those last leg shootouts.
43.
Certainly if he wins this game.
$85.
I think he just needs to feel what it's like to win again. It'll feel like a long time ago since he beat Kevin Lankhuizen.
81.
Form-wise, he should win this game. But form is just a guide.
$140.
It's a nice approach there from Joe.
$59.
He's in a better
Joey
position than the
requires
person who's got the
76.
throw. There's that low dart on the 60 again. But he has got tops.
56.
Just a little bit
Mark
shy.
required 118.
This is not an ideal angle for a 60.
But the doubles haven't been very strong for Joe. Since he won his game in
44.
match number
He
2,
required
he
20.
has had 19 darts at a double, of which he has only landed 1.
It continues.
15.
And this is something that
Mark,
McGeeney can maybe
requires
expose.
74.
But this is just for a hold.
Game shot on the first leg.
If in
Mark
doubt,
McGeeney.
go back to trusty tops. That was the double he was trying to leave at the end of his previous game.
Second leg. It's Joe to throw first.
You don't see
Game
this
on.
very often, but he got one too many trebles. That's going to hurt Joe, isn't it? A leg like that.
100.
You're in command of it. You've had multiple visits.
Especially when it's for a breaker throw as well, and you've got that opportunity to get an early break
140.
against a player you've just seen lose 3 games, against a player who you've just seen get a bit of baggage.
$100.
We've heard a lot of things said about Group C over the years. I think it's quite a popular time slot with the players because they can get here for around 11 a.m.
60.
They're finished by 6. It's not really going to mess with your sleep times, is it?
Well, I agree, and one of the things I'd agree and sort of back that up with is the fact of
135.
what time does the PC Pro Tour start, and that will be sort of thought out, asked, researched in regards to what the players think is the optimal time to start. Used to be 12 o'clock. Got moved forward.
96.
Extended
Mark
another hour.
required 126.
Because that's what the players requested. That's when they said they'll be able to play better darts.
Players like this.
120.
But Mark will not
Joey
like that
required
dart.
145.
I think he's missed double 6 every time he's gone for it today.
$100. Mark, he requires 6.
He has hit double 3 though, and he needs to find it again.
No score. Joey
Maybe just
required
banking on
45.
skidding off the flight a bit more. Here we go again. Well, he can't win the leg with 3 15s.
Mark, you require 6.
When you've got a treble and then the single, you can't get a double 7.5. You can't get a double 1.
Game shot on the second
And that's what he
leg.
gets.
Mark McGeeney.
Scrappy to say the least, but he doesn't mind. He's 2-0 up.
And this run just continues to extend
Third
here for
leg,
Joe.
it's Mark to throw
We are
first.
now up to
Game on.
23 darts thrown since that 4-3 success, with only one of those going in on the outer ring. That's got to
45.
improve significantly if he's going to start getting more wins.
When you play vault events, you might play best of 3, best of 5, serial games over the night, and they really do not take that
100.
long because they rapidly go through these matches. This is a slightly longer format with more players.
58.
And judging by the fact that he played game 2, he's been going for about 4 hours now.
140.
He will have learnt a lot about himself today. You look at someone like McGeeney.
95.
This is just another day. He's very, very happy to be here to try and succeed once again. You think about some of the days he's had. We mentioned the Dutch Open earlier. Talk about managing pressure.
60.
How about the 3 or 4 hours before a Lakeside final? Playing for your country. Playing on the Pro Tour. These are all things
58.
that Joe Bridle hasn't experienced and has probably dreamt about.
$45.
But this is, from Joe, the best scoring display we've seen so far, and he is outscoring McGeeney. And he's going to get another opportunity here to break the throw of Mark McGeeney. He had darts in leg 1. He had 5 darts
require 156.
in leg 1. He may get something similar here.
He is going to get one.
138.
It's the second time today he's missed that. Just another miss at the doubles, though. And when you've missed, what is it, 24 in a row now?
100. Joe, you require
Double 9 is not
18.
what you want.
It makes you wonder if McGeeney's thinking, can this guy hit a double? Am I going to come back again? The signs are looking good.
Game shot on
He's
the
got
third
one.
leg. Joe Bridle.
And the streak ends at 25.
Fourth leg, it's Joe to throw first. Game on.
We just need the pop-up of the guy, don't we, after the streak got broken with the eyes.
45.
I'm sure we can unearth that. And as soon as he hits the double 4, you need the Brock Lesnar guy.
100.
I wonder who Gladiator's favourite wrestler is at the minute. If he's an Edge guy, maybe he likes those tables matches. I don't think we're going to bring that into Super Series action
85.
anytime soon. Can you imagine that? You win the game if you hit the final double and put your opponent through a table.
We nearly had ladder matches at one point, didn't we? Remember
96.
the advert that Phil Taylor did when he got to drop the dart off?
Yeah, if you can hit a bullseye from the top of a ladder or something like that.
It was if you hit 180, you got £180,000.
It was never going to happen.
100.
Yeah, you can fluke one dart, but you're never going to get 3.
Mark might.
128.
Well, if he wanted to.
Well, he knows the importance of this game, doesn't he, McGeeney? We highlighted it before a dart was thrown here, that this is a very
36.
important game if these players have got designs on Saturday night.
It's a really important fixture. Because if he can beat Joe twice, either side of sleeping tonight, he'll be only 2 points behind Martin Turner. And he will be on the same points as Parry before he plays Turner. Beautifully done.
He
hasn't had a great deal of success in that department today. Double 10. That's more like it from McGeeney. That's a 14-dart break. And 180s have not been a good sign for Bridle. When he gets them, he loses the leg.
It's Mark to throw first. Game on.
That'll make him feel good as well, won't it, McGeeney? Taking it out clean and crisp. Having that power walk down the hockey. Resisting the move of Joe Bridle.
Otherwise known as the Barnard. Slow player, fast retriever.
Justin Pipe was the same as well, wasn't he? Nowhere near as slow as I think people sort of made him out to be. Slow in delivery, but he'd got out of the way very quickly.
Oh, back in 2009 he was slow. But he did speed up.
43.
10 legs, 48 minutes. Last 16 of a Barnsley Players' Championship years ago.
55.
But when he got better, he sped up. Mark McGeeney's talent has never been in question. In fact, his pace is pretty much exactly the same as it was back in 2018 when he made the final of Lakeside.
$45.
One treble would be good enough here. He'd love another.
89.
Not that one. It would be rather ironic if Joe Bridle's best average of the day came in his last game, which was
100.
a defeat.
Mark, you require 148.
And significantly his best performance. Not even close. We've got nothing to rival
54.
the performance we're seeing here so far. This is significantly better.
And with McGeeney only inching towards the line, Bridle can ask questions here. He went for the aggressive one and he found it.
Mark, you require 94.
I'll give him props for that. But I'm going to give McGeeney props for that bull. How's his tops?
74. Joe, you require
That would have been a
61.
lovely way to end the day. That's another bullseye, but this one isn't wanted. Double four is.
57.
It's drastically
Mark,
underneath.
You require 20.
Wow. He really doesn't like the right side of the board. He will want to put that visit
Joe, you require 4.
into a volcano.
Yeah, nowhere near, was it? Very, very poor effort there from McGeeney to get the points on the board. And Joe Bridle, an opportunity to break the throw and keep this game going. He finds it right in the middle there of the double one. But there's a lot to ponder now from McGeeney. He will feel like he's a long, long way away from the finishing line.
To throw first. Game on.
And that was essentially like falling over when you get to the finishing line. And then having to lay there and watch your opponents walk past. Backwards.
140.
It might be as simple as this, Matt, because Bridle might be enjoying this experience for what it is. An unexpected treat.
40.
And he just doesn't want this experience to end for the day. He's going to come back tomorrow. And I guarantee you this, in 24 hours' time, he will not want this to end.
Well, this game might not be about to end anytime soon. Flicking, isn't he now, McGeeney? He's not throwing the darts.
45.
The hand going right out to the side there. The action's completely gone over the last 6 darts. Needs to regroup and regroup fast. It looks like we're going to what will be today known as a McGeeney. A last leg shootout.
The way he's played in this leg.
100.
Until that, he needed a McGeeney.
So you require 92.
But you don't get 3 wishes in darts. Single 18. Leaves him very well placed after 12 in one of his best legs of the day.
You can tell that he knows he's not even throwing the darts correctly.
45. Joe, you require 40.
12 darts thrown, 1 visit. That was decent. Now all of a sudden, Bridle's hitting doubles. The last time he went the distance, he won the last leg shootout with Lankhuizen.
To throw first. Game on.
Now all of a sudden, Joe is averaging 10 more than McGeeney.
55.
What do you do in this situation where you've seen match darts missed to win by 4 legs to 1? And all of a sudden, over the last 3 or 4 minutes, you are the second best player on the stage.
I think the biggest concern for Mark McGeeney right now will be where's the action gone from those missed darts. I mean, that's an ideal dart. He should be able to build on that.
45.
We're just not throwing the darts the same. From that dart at double 10, it's all broken down. He's very vulnerable right now. And you can see it in his whole demeanour. He's lost composure. And he'll probably have lost composure because he won't feel comfortable and confident that he can stop what's happening. Better.
Much better.
134.
Boy, did he need that.
You could tell from dart 1, that's what he's looking for. That's how he needs to throw the dart.
41.
Here's Bridle losing touch. That was a bit jabby.
Oof.
7.
The dreaded 7. Not at a good time.
Look at the hand as well. It was almost closed, wasn't it, at that extension? He's just not releasing the dart.
45.
They're both feeling it. Darts is hard, especially in moments like this.
125.
And even though he probably should have gone for the 25 with the last dart, you can completely understand why he didn't.
Yeah, the hand's not opening, so he's got to compensate now with pace. And I think there was just trying to force the issue, wasn't he? Just throw hard.
121.
Oh, no, not that.
Mark, you require 135.
Anything but a single 1.
$49.
That might be okay. At least he knows he's coming back.
$55. Mark, you require 86.
Now what's next? Is it bull? He guarantees it to win.
Game shot.
How ironic is that?
Mark McGeeney.
A very interesting game to end game 14. Mark McGeeney's thoughts maybe all over the place. He could have won it by 4 legs to 1, and then Joe Bridle was on the charge. He had the better average in the end, but ultimately Mark McGeeney finally gets over the line with a 4-3 win.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McGeeney.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow!
Welcome to the final match of Thursday afternoon. And it is a chance for Razor Sharp to indeed be that. He has not suffered defeat today. But unfortunately for Kevin Lankhuizen, he's suffered nothing but defeat today. So this is top versus bottom to see if we have David on 10 and Kevin on 0. And he will be home alone at the bottom of the table. Unless the outsider can pull off an upset.
Game on.
Well, the evidence of what we've seen so far today, it would be an almighty upset, wouldn't it? But we have seen some good performances from Kevin throughout the week so far to suggest he can certainly raise it to the levels of David and beyond what we have seen so far from David Sharp, who, regardless of what happens here, is going to be delighted with his day's work. If he's able to do the double here,
85.
win this game today and then win tomorrow when they open up the show, I think that's him pretty much in.
98.
These turnaround fixtures are always very key. But you're right, if he's got 12 points going into round 2 tomorrow,
41.
he will be in incredibly strong position. There's a chasm between their numbers today. David Sharp, 87.18 average for the day. 6
46.
maximums. Lankhuizen's average for the day, 72.84. 15 points between them. That's what's happened.
55.
It gives you an indication as to what could happen here, but we have seen Lankhuizen average north of 90 multiple
84.
times this week.
David, you require 151.
But it's not Monday anymore.
$93. Kevin, you require 145.
This would be something.
89.
He's just flung that
David, you
last start
require
away in
58.
disgust. Maybe in the knowledge that he thinks that Sharp is going to hit this. He was
shot on the
right.
First leg, David Sharp.
A very muted celebration from the Scot as well. Not giving a great deal away. That's
Second
good
leg,
in this
it's
format.
David to throw first.
Well, he has been playing on the Challenge Tour,
Game
hasn't
on.
he, this year? And maybe that is what I call a Pro Tour celebration, because as we know on the Pro Tour, behind closed doors, 16 matches all happening at the same time.
50,
You do
sir.
something good. You can't be screaming and shouting and celebrating. You have to find a way of celebrating in a very muted way. Otherwise, you may be getting a tap on the shoulder and a letter through the
140.
post.
He didn't go to the first bunch of Challenge Tour events after Q School. But when he did go to Challenge Tour 6,
125.
his first effort was a last 16. His first win was against Darius Labanauskas.
60.
Very tough player to beat.
The next day, he would make the quarterfinals. He would beat Mervyn
99.
King. He'd beat Krzysztof Kachuk of Poland, who was a very, very good player. He would lose to Adam Mould in the quarters.
134.
But he's had some really decent results since then. Beat Danny Van Tripe, who would eventually get his revenge on the 4th of May in another Challenger event.
100. Kevin, you
He's
require
definitely been holding his own against some of the cream of the crop at the second tier. 167.
118. David, you require
The
120.
computer says no. He's not entertaining 2 bulls.
60. Kevin, you require 49.
If he'd gone that route, I would have said good play. That is missed by some distance. Double 16.
17. David, you
He's
require
losing
60.
touch with his line and his weight of dart now.
$40.
Not quite.
Kevin, you require 32.
This is for a break back.
$16.
That's happened too much
David, you
today.
require 20.
He's now under 30% for the day on the doubles. This man's just a little bit better off.
Game shot.
And
on the
that'll work
second
for a
leg,
2-0
David
lead.
Sharp.
When he's been good, he's been brilliant. But he has had a little bit of luck along the way.
Third leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
I think you're always going to feel like you need that little bit of something, aren't you, when you're playing a group where you're playing 10 fixtures across the 2 days.
123.
But right now, as it did before a dart was thrown, it's all pointing towards the way of the perfect debut day.
100.
Doesn't happen for everyone. Jemai van den Herik had to wait until day 2 to get his perfect day. Some people never get a perfect day. Perish the thought for those players who go
68.
through an entire group without a win. That happened twice in the previous series.
100.
It's got very eye-catching flights, hasn't it?
138.
Rather iridescent under the lights.
118.
He calculates the numbers quicker than most dart players who walk through the doors.
93.
We are starting
Kevin,
to see this
require
with
20.
some of the younger continental
Shot
stars,
on the third leg. Kevin
like Lankhuizen, who's taken a 13 darter there. They're able to use the dartboard like a puzzle.
Fourth flag. It's David to throw
They
first.
know exactly what they
Game on.
need, sometimes before they even know they need it.
He's a very frustrated player, though, isn't he? Even though that was a great
45.
leg, he didn't find too much comfort in that one. It was almost ironic, wasn't it, in regards to the celebration, the reaction to it, and that's
60.
can be down to the fact that there's no wins on the board today.
He's a competitor after all. He's been on the Challenge Tour as well this season. And when you do that,
57.
you're looking for wins. He too has made a quarter-final this season on the Challenge Tour. Lost to Ted Everts in Challenge Tour 9
58.
after beating Kurt Parry, Charlie Martin, Dave Pallett, and Ron Muhlenkamp. So don't think just because Lankhuizen's having a bad day today
96.
that he can't play this game. You do not make Challenge Tour quarterfinals if you can't.
108.
Just a few extra sprinkles on the ice cream there from Kevin.
This one's starting to turn.
95.
David Sharp going to have to be careful here, because Kevin is on a bit of a march. When you get to
99.
that frustrated point, you've kind of got about a window of 6 darts, haven't you, where it's going to go one way or the other. It's either going to turn, you're going to pick up the pace, you're going to find a bit of aggression within the performance, or you're just going to
134.
start waving your
Kevin,
arms
you
around and
require
ultimately the
104.
performance will start to dip.
He's missed his single
64.
again.
David, you require 74.
There might be steam coming out of his ears in a second.
Yeah,
Particularly
shot on the
now
full flag.
that the leg has
David
been
Sharp.
lost. Maybe a little bit of noise interference
Fifth
there.
flag. It's Kevin to throw
And
first. Game on.
the man in charge of proceedings, Jack Garwood, has just told whoever it is to pipe down.
125. $140.
361 points from an undefeated day.
95.
Everybody who said this guy could play, give yourself a pat on the back because you weren't wrong.
I can imagine those who've been watching him play locally, those in the know in regards to what he's been producing, would have been having a bit of that 4-1 at the start of play.
100.
You certainly won't be getting that tomorrow.
A lot of people were feeling this way about Ryan Branley when he was here. A very capable young man from Northumberland.
85.
What about when Luke Littler was here? That wasn't really a surprise.
58.
You never know. David Sharp could be the find of the series. We don't know yet. It's only week number 4.
43. Kevin, you require 123. $98.
Didn't need to go for the bullseye there with David Sharp back on 173, but maybe just trying to find a bit of rhythm, trying to find something.
Yeah, trying to make something happen.
63. Kevin, you require 25.
If this 25 doesn't happen, he could lose.
Game shot on the
He hasn't lost yet,
Kevin
though.
Lankhuizen.
we started today with
Sixth flag. It's
games
David
going
to throw
4-1
first.
and 4-2.
Game on.
And over the last 4 matches, everything's been close. A bit more like Tuesday and Monday, where we had half of the games going the distance. I
78.
just wonder if Sharp is starting to feel a bit more blunt now.
There's always that danger as well when you get to
7.
this point that you feel like you might have achieved and you just lose that little bit of intensity. Although, this is a bit of a bonus shot, really.
So what you're saying is, David feels like
6.
Liverpool, and he has to go to Bournemouth on a Tuesday night, but they're going to win the league anyway.
22.
Never take your eye off the ball.
Well, this is a very slow start for Kevin. He's had 6 darts. And he scored 29.
140.
Better get a move on, Kevin.
$43.
His release point is all over the place now. I think it's a compounding factor that this is his 5th game of the day, his 20th of the week,
59.
and that he hasn't won anything today. His mind might be a jumble.
85. David, you require 164.
He's probably got 3 visits for this. How many does he need?
$96.
Based on how he's played in this game, you'd probably say he's going to get this done.
86.
His doubles have
David,
been
you
decent,
require
even though his
68.
averages in his last 2 matches have come down by about 5%. Perfect day?
52.
Not yet.
And he'll be back, and I'm sure we'll be back again.
Much like the Renegade
98.
Master.
David, you require 16.
He'll be back again tomorrow, playing the first game against this guy.
$12.
It is not a perfect day just
Kevin,
yet.
you require
Lankhuizen could take us the
106.
distance. It was very unlikely, considering how he's played in this match.
40. David,
But
you
Sharp has
require
been
4.
knocking on so many doors. If he knocks on this door and someone's home, he'll have 10 points.
Game
10
Sharp
points
and the
are
match.
his.
David Sharp.
Debut days don't go any better than that. It's all about Scotland, isn't it? It is. Razor sharp at times today, and even when he was blunt, he was still better than anybody he played. A 4-2 victory with his worst performance of the day. Does he care? He absolutely doesn't. He tops the table on 10 points. We'll be back after the break.
And the Modus Super Series champions!
17, which he gets bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison. We're not going to need that. A Bosch. Time makes it through.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. This is what we've seen over the last couple of rounds, as some of these players did start to tire just a little bit We saw good performances from Kurt Parry. We saw continuing brilliance from David Sharp. In a very different sense, though, he was starting to dig very deep when he needed to and was able to top the table in the end. This is confirmation of it because Kevin Lankhuizen not able to get a win today. He's at the bottom. Joe Bridle did get a win on his debut day, but you do sense at this point, Matthew Edgar, that the top 4 are going to be jostling and muscling it out over the course of Friday to see who gets the top 2 spots.
Yeah, those bottom 2 players, Joe and Kevin, today just haven't really met the standard that the rest of the players have been able to play at. And with that, they're going to have to step it up significantly tomorrow if they're going to really cause any sort of disturbance to those top 4 positions. I think we've got a separation appearing here, and I agree. Top 4 are going to battle it out tomorrow.
One of the biggest moments of the day, it was a David Sharp win. But after we saw this from Mark McGeeney, he's sitting on 120 to win the game. Second dart says it all.
Yeah, the reaction tells you everything you need to see there as well, doesn't it? That could be a big turning point. McGeeney's been knocking on the door today. He's lost 3 games. He's lost them all by 4 legs to 3. And I think we started to see that really wear on him in that last performance because the action completely broke down. When you miss those match darts to win comfortably, get a 4-1 victory, just didn't want to open the hand. He was almost thrown with a closed fist at times. Managed to get out on the bullseye. It was a combination finish. Always felt like he needed that. And now he's got a chance tomorrow. He's still in play.
What impressed you the most about David Sharp today? Because 10 points does tell a very vibrant story, but what really stuck out for you on his debut day?
It's the moments, isn't it? Because if we look at the averages of David Sharp today, it's nothing that we're going to ever look at and go, what a great day that was. Never broke a 90 average, really. It was all sort of like 80s, like high 80s, and sort of tailed off a little bit as the day went. But it was the management of the day. That's what was key. Certainly in the early goings, those combination shots, never once came to the Oki with a chance to win a leg and didn't win that leg. Was clinical at the back end early on, got some confidence. He's in a great position now.
Well, Group C's done for the day. Let's have a little look at the breakdown of the week because Jemai van den Herik has won Group A, as most of you will know. When we come back tonight, we've got Lee Cox, Sam Spivey and Scott Campbell will join Crafty Coxie with the WDF champion Shane McGurk and Carl Wilson, very, very dangerous. Who sticks out for you, Matt?
Do you know what? I think you could say that about any 5 of them tonight. Lee Cox, when we look at his Challenge Tour numbers, has been a bit questionable, but certainly comes alive when he plays it at the Super Series, as has Carl Wilson on his previous times. You've got to say Shane McGurk's going to be the interesting candidate due to the fact he's won a week here and the fact he's picked up that WDF title. But it wouldn't surprise me if any of those 5 win. It's hard to pick because we've got weekly winners galore.
Well, thanks, Matt. We're going to see you a little bit later on from 10 o'clock. After this, we've got a Tungsten Talk with Jeff Smith, a fabulous conversation with one of the best that North America has ever produced. World Cup winner in Kobe in 2017 and a Lakeside finalist as well. We will have Ref Wars at 9:05 p.m. before we have our session tonight from 10 p.m. and, of course, the finals on Saturday. As for now, well, Group C's all done, so Matt and I are going to take our leave when we come back at 10 o'clock tonight. It's Group B, so don't miss it. We'll see you then.
What a finish! What a man! The drum roll finishes, and the target is
And it comes on finals night, and it's another
Dirty Harrison!
Charlie McGuire, 164. 44. 32. Charlie McGuire, 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie, you
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie,
approaching the
require
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that
Charlie,
situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie,
Threw
you
the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the job
Yes!
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George